whom you have been pleased to hold the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as promote and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge.
Amen.
Amen.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. Most of the sports lovers, as you know, over the weekend, the Uganda Rugby Sevens team emerged champions of the 2022 Africa Men's Sevens that took place at the Chadondo Rugby Club, Kampala, between 23rd and 24th April. By so doing, the Rugby Sevens, Uganda Rugby Sevens, qualified for the Commonwealth Games slated for July to August 2022, and the Rugby World Cup Sevens 2022 that is slated for September in South Africa. So I take this singular honor to join you colleagues in congratulating the players, the fans, the sponsors, the Ministry of Education and Government, and the Uganda Rugby Union for enabling this success. Colleagues also, of course, you know, the Ministry of Sports has achieved a lot these days. In terms of the sports sector, the success is registered in appropriation. I urge you colleagues to look at the sports sector to give it more support. Most of us are youthful, we are young, we love sports. So I urge you during appropriation, we look at the sports sector to give it more support so that we can register more and more successes on the global stage. Honorable colleagues, as we draw to a close of the first session of the 11th Parliament, I have noted that we currently have 15 pending bills in committees. Of these, 10 are tax and appropriation bills, which are within the 4 days rule stipulated under Rule 129. But we do have some bills whose time has expired. I urge chairpersons of those committees to ensure that the bills are brought. We want to be the first Parliament to complete all business given for that session. And we are about to beat that record. The moment we clear these rules, these bills which are pending, I can assure you, for tax and appropriation bills as a must, we shall conclude them, a read of opposition. And this side, we shall have achieved tremendously as a whole house because of the commitment of you colleagues. So these reports of committees, I need them ready by the end of this week. Chairpersons of committees who won't have their reports ready, I will be putting those reports, those bills on the order paper next week to be processed without committee reports because the rules are also. That one I want to repeat. Any chairperson of a bill, apart from the tax bills, which we have, because you asked for time, we gave you time within our rules, it expired. You asked for more time, it expired, you went quiet. So those who have gone quiet, if I don't receive those reports by Friday, next week, we shall put you on order paper and we shall process those bills without committee reports because the rules are ours to do so. But I hope that indeed you have finished by then to avoid such a scenario. We have reports, of course, which are ready, pending harmonization, because we believe that the best way to work is harmonization. The business of bringing a report and then you have so much which you're fighting over. It's always good. After the report has come out, they do meet under the leadership of the several leaders, law, whip, committee chairperson, or shadow minister, and then the minister this side, and then we reconcile positions. Then we come to the house when we have appreciated each other as a team. Finally, I do want to thank you, colleagues, for the effort you've put in. I want to join the speaker in thanking you for the speaker who could sit here for long hours, long hours, to ensure that you process the ministerial policy statements. Really, you led by example, and I'm sure history will reward you. So with those few words, I'll allow a few matters. Procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Rule 149, consideration of the reports on policy statements and the proposed annual budget. Sub-Rule 1, a sectoral committee shall consider and review policy statements and budget estimates and present its report to the House not later than the 20th day of April of each financial year. But, Honorable Speaker, 14 sectoral reports to the House in accordance with the above rule. But, Honorable Speaker, however, the Committee on Education and Sports did not submit its report, and therefore it breached the rule 149.1. I seek for your guidance, Honorable Speaker.
Chairman, Education Committee is here. Colleagues, you on the same, Honorable Seungu? No, but you want to talk about the same because you also have a procedural matter. So, that's better. So, colleagues, I want us to look at what is practical. You all know because tried to put you on pressure to ensure that you do finish. Now, Rule 149 is not among those rules entrenched under Rule 16 of our Rules of Procedure. So in short, we could find a way as presiding officers to adjust the time because of the situation we're in. But you will allow me, I first consult with the speaker who has been chairing this part, these sessions, so that I know which explanation they gave. And then tomorrow I'll give a feedback on this matter. But I take your concern seriously, Honorable. Yeah. Seungu.
Speaker, and I want to thank you for the good communication. Right now, Speaker, from your communication, you've talked about the work of the committees, but I would pray through you as now Speaker, whether at the appointing authority, we need a government chief whip. And indeed, most of this work is under his docket, as we have whips on our side, to see that work goes on well. Right now, Speaker, even as we talk now, the position of the governor of Bank of Uganda is also vacant. But I think it has become practice that we must first raise these matters in Parliament for the appointing authority to do his due diligence. So would it be procedure required, Honorable Speaker, that we know maybe from the Prime Minister why there is no government chief whip after we elevated you to the Speaker of Parliament? Otherwise, we are every day getting some different people. I'm now the government chief whip, but that's a key position in the Parliament, which must be carrying out this work. I know some of those members might wish to have some to get there, but we want that office in position. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, you see, the Prime Minister cannot answer such a question because she's not an appointing authority. She's also appointed. And also the situation we have is a situation where you find the law does not give a timeline on when such a matter should be concluded. So I would propose that really we leave the appointing authority to do his work, but us as presiding officers, we shall share your concern with him.
Thank you, no speaker. But indeed, we want that person there because the rules are very clear. There shall be a chief whip.
You can propose a name.
I can't propose because I can't be one. But even the issue of the governor of Bank of Uganda, no speaker, is the key.
As presiding officers, we shall share with the president. Say something about that?
Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to inform my honorable colleague that the work of government is being coordinated by the Office of the Prime Minister. But you guided well that it is the appointing authority to do that. But since he's emphasizing, I want to tell him that the work of government is being coordinated by the Office of the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Very good. Honorable Surani.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on procedure on your communication and specifically, Right Honorable Speaker, in the area of sports. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are almost concluding the budgeting cycle of this parliament. And I want to thank members on the Committee of Education that this time round, they really did good when it came to the area of sport and members of parliament. However, Right Honorable Speaker, in Busoga region, we have a stadium that has stood that test of time, that has always been there, Right Honorable Speaker.
What is the procedure?
But I am coming, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm driving to the point.
What is the procedure matter?
Right Honorable Speaker, the stadium called the Bugembe, where all Ugandans used to gather and play football and had raised the level of development of sports in Busoga region and in Uganda at large, is so dilapidated. And in every budget that we are doing, that the committee has done and that government is doing, this stadium is never considered, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would seek the indulgence of the minister and members of parliament of Uganda when the Bugembe Stadium of football is going to be renovated as it has always been promised, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Solomon, I can see you've tried to smuggle a matter, but I will guide you to the procedure to ask the Prime Minister question, or Rule 43, the question for oral answer, or Rule 45. Okay? Smuggling, if it's colleagues, if it's a procedure matter, let it be a procedure matter. Yeah, let's try to differentiate, please. So Honorable Solomon, I request you, I guide you that you write your question properly and then it will be answered. Now, colleagues,
on your communication.
Please, I have a program I'm working on.
Your communication.
I hope we want to finish the business on the order paper. So I may allow Honorable Samba, my good president, will Honorable Samba first.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to congratulate you for ascending to that position. I had not gotten a chance to do that. Let me use this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, you congratulated the Rugby Sevens, and I want to thank you for that, for having made the team made us proud as Ugandans. But Right Honorable Speaker, continuously, these are associations that make a thing in our budget. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of the Education and Sports Committee, but all those associations, except FUFA, they have zero allocated to them. And these are the associations, these are the people, when they win, we come here and we say we are proud to be Ugandans. But when they need money to improve their talents, to do better, Right Honorable Speaker, we are not doing anything to support them. So I want to thank you for raising it at that moment, but I also had to inform you that all their requirements are in unfunded priorities. So you may use your position as Speaker and direct the Budget Committee to do something when they are doing the scrutiny of the budget. But at the moment, there is nothing on all the associations in sports except the Federation of Football Association. Thank you.
Honorable, that's a very serious concern. Since you're a member of the Education Committee and you've not yet presented your ministerial policy statement report, that's an issue that should be captured there so that we debate it here and we look at the recommendation of your committee, because the Budget Committee will follow the recommendation from
Procedure.
Honorable Nekarit. Then
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, to uncover the face mask, I am Nekarit Dennis Amere, a member of Parliament for Kitgum Municipality. Mr. Speaker, my procedural matter is anchored on rules number 25, section 7 of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedures. That states that an item of business standing on the order paper on any particular day which has not been completed or reached on the interruption of business under the relevant provisions of these rules shall be placed on the order paper for the next sitting in such order as the Speaker may decide. Mr. Speaker, I really request for your indulgence on the matters of the compensation of victims of the Lord Resistance Army and National Resistance Army. This particular item appeared on the order paper on the 28th of December. And since that day, with your wise ruling, I remember, with the Right Honorable, the office of the Attorney General should come back in Parliament within the period of 1 week to present matters relating to compensation of Acholi, Lao, and Tesho. But since then, since October, which is about 5 to 6 months now, Mr. Speaker, this matter has never appeared on the order paper again. And yet, this particular item is of national importance. A lot of people, the citizens of this country are waiting to hear the debate on this particular item of the compensation of the war death claimants. Mr. Speaker, I request and I pray that you allow this particular item to be debated wholly. Mr. Speaker, when an item comes before Parliament and it is not thoroughly debated, we, the representative of the people, will become casualties of criticism because
Honorable, you've made your point, and it's a very. This is a statement from the Attorney General. It's not a matter we can just discuss. It's a statement. We can only discuss a statement. So, as presiding officers, we've taken your concern. We are going to go back. We ensure it is scheduled on the order paper so that the Attorney General makes a statement and we debate it. You've not asked much, so we shall deliver on it. Yeah, thank you. Honorable Macho.
Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm coming, Honorable. I want Honorable Macho, Honorable Panado, we finish this side.
Right Honorable Speaker, congratulations for being our Deputy Speaker of the 11th Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I've rose on a point of procedure whether we are proceeding well because the office of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda has many prime ministers designate, but the Prime Minister wrote a letter
mentioning one prime minister in particular to be representing her or the office in the parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether we are proceeding well because I've seen many times the government chief whip by then when you are still and Honorable Bahati standing in for the office of the prime minister. I therefore don't know whether that letter will make parliament proceed well, that if that particular minister gets, if that particular prime minister gets a problem, government business will not be represented in parliament. Thank you.
Honorable Macho, unfortunately, I'm not privy to the letter. I haven't seen any letter. That's number one. But number two, whether there is a letter or not, as long as our issues, raise issues and they're handled. And I have a deputy prime minister here. So those are the administrative issues. I don't know how ROP deploys. I don't know how prime minister deploys. Yeah, so Honorable Mugema.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also join my colleagues in congratulating you. Right Honorable Speaker, I've risen up on a procedural issue. Last week, I raised the matter of national importance. And the reason as to why it is called the matter of national importance, it wants urgent attention. Last week, the speaker guided well and directed there are people who are building on a green belt in Uganda, and it so happens they are doing it illegally. So last week, the speaker directed they halt the construction until a committee of parliament, and that from the physical planning board comes out with a statement and gives us the status of the what? Of the project. But up to now, they build it day and night. Right Honorable Speaker, as I talk now, I've also got another directive from the National Physical Planning Board, and it was copied to the town clerk of Uganda, to which they disregarded still this letter. Now, my only opportunity to raise to raise issues affecting the voiceless in Uganda, it is here at Parliament. But it so happens that it is Parliament which enacted it, because it came as an act of Parliament, and it created the National Physical Planning Board. But incidentally, these civil servants disregarded the directives from the Physical Planning Board. In fact, even last week on Thursday, my physical planner, wait a minute, my physical planner by the names of Wandira Constantine, who is relative to the former Vice President, Kazibwe Wandira, he had taken a bribe to this lady so that they can give way for building. But incidentally, they laid the trap and he was arrested. Incidentally, they released him on police bond, but nothing has been done, neither an interdiction or what. So I'm seeking an advice, and I take it.
No. Please, no. On matters of national importance,
so
matters which are urgent, you don't give information because they are clear and straightforward. Please, colleagues, we have to use our time in a valuable manner. So Honorable.
Finally, to sum it up, Right Honorable Speaker, I really seek for indulgence. I'm the voice for the voiceless of Uganda municipality. I don't need to keep quiet when the grid belt is going. It is these people who give us the vote. Now, if I let them out, really, I will be doing a disservice to them. Right Honorable Speaker, we had to choose our leaders just because you will be the representative also of we at the same time of our people. I really seek for indulgence to assist me, delegate, or direct the Minister of Local Government to go and say, this is minor. When animals were eating people in Wiyaga way,
Honorable,
now it is an issue of a municipality from Basoga.
Can you lay those documents on table so that they be part of our record?
This is a letter from the National Physical Planning Board directing to halt all developments going on this. Then this is also another letter which was written last year by the PS of local government directing all accounting officers not to build on any of the green belts and the all public lands, not until they come and get a directive from Parliament under the Public Finance Management Act, Section 95 of the Government Act, and then 243. I beg to let,
Thank
Right
you.
Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is not a matter where I will require a quick response now. Okay? It's not a matter where I need a response now. It's a matter where we need action. Okay? So, and it's an administrative matter. It doesn't take long. So, tomorrow, please, tomorrow, report back to this house telling us the action that has been taken. Because if the physical planning board has directed the town clerk that don't do this, and it's very, very clear, this is professional misconduct. If the town clerk has allowed this to go on, then you will tell us the action taken. So tomorrow, you report back on this matter, Right Honorable. Alfred Dakas.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. For record, I'm Alfred Dakasi, representing the people of Kaveremaido. Right Honorable Speaker, let me also take the opportunity to congratulate you upon taking that seat. Honorable Speaker, arise on the issues of urgency and national importance for people of Kaveremaido. Two issues.
No, I haven't reached on that. Let me allow Honorable Netisire. You had? Okay. No, if you don't have an issue, please. That's okay. Now, matters of national importance, continue.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, on 20th of March this year, there was a big storm in Kaveremaido that destroyed 3 facilities. Destroyed Alwa Seed Secondary School, cleared all the 3 classrooms, which were makeshift classrooms, together with the Alwa Health Center 3 staff quarters. Right Honorable Speaker, just before that, there was another storm that blew off the roof for Kaveremaido Secondary School. Right Honorable Speaker, I have tried since then to make a follow-up so that we could get iron sheets to replace these roofs. But we haven't been successful. When I spoke to the State Minister for Disaster, she said they didn't have anything in store. Sir, as the school begins in a week's time, I am caught in a crisis with a school without any classrooms. Just so you know, Alwa Seed Secondary School was allocated 300 million by this
prayers,
last year.
Honorable. God prayers. I'm looking
Honorable
at that
Speaker,
one. Yeah.
just one more before I make the prayers. I beg your indulgence. It's the issue of cattle traders in Kaveremaido. The directive which was...
Please, one matter at a go. Yes, one matter at a go. Okay, tomorrow you can ask for more time. Today you're going to handle.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is it a maiden speech? Is
Yes.
your maiden speech?
Yes.
I'm going to allow you to say all of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. The second issue is the issue about cattle traders in Kaveremaido. Since February 3rd this year, the President made a directive that affected cattle movement into northern Uganda. And whereas Kaveremaido is in eastern Uganda, and has had no history of Balalo, this directive affected us as well. When I spoke to the minister then, he advised that we wait until 31st of March when the directive would be lifted. Right Honorable Speaker, since then, the security have continued to restrict movement of animals. And it is the interest of this house to note that the only biggest market in Kaveremaido is the market in Uchero, cattle market. That is the local economy of the people. As I speak to you, I have traders whose animals are in Nakaseke, Nakasongola, they can't move them. Recently, government, through compensation, gave out some money. Our people need to stock, but they can't get animals from Nakasongola. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, 3. One is that through you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the House, you direct the Minister of Education or the Prime Minister's office to help us with iron sheets so that children can go back to school when we open. Secondly, that the money that was allocated, the 300 million that was allocated for a lower seed school construction for 4 classroom block, be produced because the financial year is ending. And Right Honorable Speaker, my constituency thinks I'm not even working for them. 3, the Minister of Security should clarify why they have continued to restrict the movement of animals, even when the directive by the President expired on 31st. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Education. Must have visited your site. You might be doing fine. He needs your help on 2 things. 1, iron sheets under your emergency program. Number 2, money for the block for the seed school. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. This is my first time to rise to speak while you are in that chair. Allow me to congratulate you for ascending onto that chair. Right Honorable Speaker and colleague, I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Alfred, for raising this very critical issue. And I sympathize with the people of Kaberamaido for this disaster, the destruction that was caused into the secondary school. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed it is true, this financial year we did not have resources for the rehabilitation and repair of schools, but this coming financial year, I want to thank the committee that are right now putting resources together and allocate resource for the rehabilitation of schools that have been destroyed by disaster. Nevertheless, our technical team will have to get to the ground to assess the level of damage and to report and to take, we make action in that line.
Just a clarification.
Honorable, you don't access the microphone before I allow you. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Our technical team in the infrastructure disaster unit will get to the ground together with the disaster team in the district to assess the level of damage and to give a report for us for action. In the meantime, we will also work with the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, as he has raised, to see to it that how best we can provide emergency as the schools are soon reopening in the next couple of weeks. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues have taken note about the funds meant for the seed secondary school. I will cross-check that information and I get with appropriate information for my colleague, Honorable Alfred. I thank you.
Honorable Minister for Disaster, any way you can help a colleague. He came to my office, he really sounded desperate.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to join the colleagues on behalf of the people of Nakapriprit and the school that I went together with you to congratulate you. Right Honorable, I just want to bring this to the notice of members. When a disaster strikes in the district, we get reports from the disaster committee at the district level. And this disaster committee report is being written and compiled by the Chief Administrative Officer. I want to implore our members of parliament to follow this procedure, because when you come here without assessment report done by the district disaster committee at the district level, we shall not take it very seriously because it will be otherwise mistaken to be politically. So let us encourage to get these reports. For us, we shall take from there and respond. Now, I have a big number of requests from members of parliament, especially those ones who are requesting for non-food items in terms of iron sheets. We have got some iron sheets at the moment, and we are doing a process of testing this through in UNBS what we have. But we already have a compiled list of members who are going to receive iron sheets to be given to those schools.
Please,
but it will not be enough.
Honorable Minister and Honorable Dakasi, please ensure you talk before you leave here. That's enough. That's Honorable Prime Minister. The Minister has already sat. Now you're seeking clarification from Honorable Prime Minister, the issue of defense, security, cattle, where they are blocking the movement of cattle. Kindly, you can report back to the House, reach out to a member, you get details of the matter he has raised, and then you report back to the House Wednesday next week. Okay? Honorable Onekarit, I've received a communication from the Right Honorable Speaker. She has also been following up on a matter. It's not only just debating here, but sometimes we take administrative steps and we follow up with the relevant authorities. So she has said it's being handled and payments are ongoing. Now, in case you have a problem with the payments, that can come as another issue. But as we talk, people are being paid. Colleagues, please, I know, you know the point of procedure also has been used as a shortcut to addressing many issues. So allow me to call Honorable Tamaguzi. Honorable Tamaguzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In the same vein, I want to congratulate you, Right Honorable Speaker, for having attained that position of speakership. I'm more proud of you more so as a Makererian, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on the matter of national importance. We are aware that we are going through economic hard times. I noted yesterday, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, when I read in the government newspapers that renewal of national ID has been increased from 50,000 to 500,000, including those who have lost them, Right Honorable Speaker. Being that, Right Honorable Speaker, we are going through very hard economic times, I would think that especially the people who represent in rural areas, Right Honorable Speaker, cannot afford paying renewal of national IDs from 50,000 to 500,000. That is too much. As Parliament, we should find a way how we can intervene because owning or having a national ID is not a privilege, it's a right. So Right Honorable government agencies, Parliament through government agencies should find a way how we can help Ugandans, especially those who are living through very hard times, including those who represent here in the House, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, order.
I think on that issue, Minister of Internal Affairs. Thank you.
Colleagues, please, colleagues. Right Honorable Prime Minister, on Tuesday, let the minister come and make a statement on that issue. Yes. Because you see, if you open up such a matter, we are going to repeat ourselves. We won't finish the business we have. Honorable Nakut Faith.
Right Honorable Speaker, congratulations. Last week, the KCCA bundled up 121 children and took them back to Napak and dropped them in Koblin Center. I appreciate the emptying of the streets. The removing of the street beggars is a good thing. We have been advocating for it. Right Honorable Speaker, there are two things that went wrong. One of them, the manner in which KCCA handled the children. They were manhandled as though they were criminals, and yet they were victims. And yet the real traffickers who are criminals have not even been touched. But the way the children are being thrown in the cars, I saw the clips, I think you also saw them. It was really bad. The second thing that went wrong, the children were dropped in Koblin Center. Koblin Center is manned by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. It's an institution made for rehabilitation of children, but it is meant to accommodate only 60 children. Now we have 161 there. Koblin is bursting with many children they cannot accommodate. The staff of Koblin have reached out to the members of parliament to provide basics for the children. We don't have that money, you are aware of it, that the MPs cannot take over the responsibility of government to provide the requirements that those children need for resettlement. My prayers are only three. One, that the Minister for Kampala gives this parliament a clear and sustainable strategy for managing the issues of street beggars, with emphasis on dealing with criminals. Let's child trafficking rather than the easy target of children only. And the second prayer, Right Honorable, is for the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to immediately respond to provide those children with basic needs that they need to stay in those centers as the district local government finds a way of reconnecting them with their families. 161 children, some of them are sick, and Koblin doesn't have any health facility to take care of those children. Should those children die in the hands of government, I don't know what we will do. My prayer number three, Right Honorable, is that the Committee of Gender, Labor and Social Development presents their report. Right Honorable Speaker, in November, I raised a motion on how we could handle the issue of these children here in this house. The Committee of Gender has been working to process that motion. They have even gone to the field, but the report has not yet come to this house. You had given them 2 weeks. Now it is coming to the 5th month. It is my prayer that that report gets to this house so that KCCA can be guided better and the Ministry of Gender on what to do to respond to these children. These children, I am a mother. When we are cleaning a home.
Honorable, let's conclude, I request you.
Yes, when we are cleaning a home, you clean knowing that you must also wash your hands. When you're a mother and you're cleaning a home and you don't wash your hands before cooking, you make the whole family fall sick. So when we are cleaning Kampala, we should be mindful of the whole family of the country. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. I'm going to be limiting matters of national importance to 2 minutes only for each member so that we can be able to summarize. No, Honorable Chemutai, you have a matter of national importance. You want to give information, please. The member has already finished. So that's not Minister of Gender.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also join my colleagues in congratulating you. Let me take this opportunity to thank my sister for raising that very important matter, especially that touches the children or our children. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform this House that the mandate of the social well-being of a child and protection lies in the hands of the local governments, as per the Local Government Act 1997 as amended. And it stipulates very clearly how the child care and protection is a function that was decentralized. Unfortunately, this item is not normally funded. Ministry of Local Government or Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is supposed to be giving or supporting in the formation of the legal framework and the oversight support. Mr. Speaker, rounded up our children
and were taken to Koblin. Yes, the manner in which it was handled was wrong, but they took their 161, and they were not only children, but there were some adults. And they were taken to the Koblin Youth Institute. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform this House that it is not true that we do not have food. The food is available because every quarter, Ministry of Finance gives us funds, because this is an institute that is meant to train the youth that have dropped out of school, and we normally train between 60 to 80. And training 60 to 80 does not mean that we do not have the capacity to accommodate more than 200 children. So the 160, we are able to accommodate them, and we had the food to cater for them. And as for now, even fourth quarter, they have released funds, and we are going to buy for them food. And thirdly, maybe on the issue of health, why I think it was raised, one of the adults who was a lady was
Honorable
taken,
colleagues, please, you can whisper to a colleague, but you don't, no?
Was taken there, and she was bleeding, and she was taken to the hospital, and as I speak now, she's fine. She was not a child, she was an adult. We do not have only street children, but we have even adults. I think you have seen them.
Honorable Minister, this seems to be a comprehensive matter that is even multi-sectoral. Even the Koblin you're talking about, when I was reading the report from the Committee on Gender, on GBV, gender-based violence, picture you're giving, they are saying Koblin is doing badly. So I would before I do what? No, before I do what? You said before you do that. Yeah. No. Because you don't know what I'm going to say, but please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This one is my uncle, so.
Mr. Speaker, and that is where we gratify age. The matter I wanted to seek your guidance, procedural guidance, relates to the law. First, these children we are talking about are Ugandans, and even these adults are Ugandans. They are entitled to freedom of movement and to stay anywhere in Uganda. Forget about the conditions under which they live, which we need to work on as a country. One, would it not be procedurally right that in that multi-sectoral approach you are giving this, we get the opinion of the Attorney General on the legality of those, in quotes, deportations of Ugandans? I would be very much understanding if you're talking about removing these kids from the school, from the streets, to take them to schools. Number two, what informed the choice of Karamoja? There is apparently war in Karamoja, and you don't know, you do not study the conditions and the reasons why these children left Karamoja. We have other homes in the country. What informs the choice, apart from the tribal inclination that these ones came from Karamoja? And you're not taking them to Karamoja to hand them over to their parents. I think even the Attorney General must come in to advise whether this action itself is proper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, me, I'm just worried when I'm told where the children were taken, because Koblin is where the warriors are even abducting children and even disabled children. It's not protected. It's one of the areas. The report will be coming from the Committee on Gender. If you've read the report, Koblin is doing extremely badly. So taking children to Koblin, you're taking them to more trouble, to a place that is not even safe at all. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, please coordinate the multi-sectoral, bring us a statement in regard to the issues raised by the Honorable Face Nakut. Then the Attorney General will also come in. Okay? If you have one meeting, around 3-4 ministers who are concerned, then we have one comprehensive response. Let's move, colleagues. Honorable Yeri Ofono.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to congratulate you for achieving being elected the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament. I'm raising a matter of national importance. Fire gunned down one of the markets in Tororo municipality. That was on the 8th of February. And we lost, several things were lost in that market. The boutique, there were 18 boutiques were burnt down. Kiosks were also put down. So the RDC and the team, the security team in the district went and inspected. They were consoling the people that wait, the government is going to come in and so on. I hear the minister saying compiling the report. I think the report was done. And even they gave the value. They tried to contact the Red Cross, but nothing so far has happened. So my prayer is that the Minister of Disaster, please look at these people. Let us not discriminate. When other markets get banned, they are attended to. Tororo also attend to them. That's my appeal. Secondly,
Honorable Minister, no, one item, Honorable. Honorable Minister?
Secondly,
no, please, one item. Honorable Minister?
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, I have just got the communication this morning from my colleague on regards to the market, and I think we shall respond accordingly.
Please, he wants Tororo to be considered, and kindly do that. No, Honorable Yeri, Honorable, please have your seat. Just take your seat, please. You came to my office, you told me you had an issue for Tororo market, and I've given you an opportunity to raise it. I have many issues here. Colleagues, today I've raised, I think I'm using nearly 1 hour on matters of national importance. Going forward, I'll be using only 30 minutes because we have an agenda which we must finish, okay? But today being my first time when I'm around matters of national importance, I've been generous. But most of the issues you raise fall under rules. If you look at chapter 9 of our rules of procedure, most of the issues you're raising, they fall in the different questions. Questions for or answer, Prime Minister's time, questions of, so. Honorable Atkins, I will allow you. Honorable Komakech, then Atkins, you raise your procedure matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Komakech Christopher, Member of Parliament, Aro County. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me and the people of Aro into the position of a Deputy Speaker. We wish Almighty Lord blesses you and gives you wisdom to run that office. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the Minister of Education and Sports for organizing the just concluded National Primary School Athletics Competition in Bali. And it's from this platform that I stand to raise when I'm bold, fierce, and proud. of the pupils from Pade district. Members of Parliament, not much has been heard from Pade, appeasing at least for a long time. Today, I stand to present to you the national winners of the primary competition nationally. Right Honorable Speaker, it's not the winning, it's the difficulty the district has gone through to achieve this title. These pupils do not have sports teachers, coaches. These pupils lack even footballs to train on. The same people amongst the 135 districts in Uganda today sit in schools which are in daring conditions. Despite all that, with the catastrophe of nodding disease syndrome in Pade, 600 children in Pade district suffer from nodding syndrome. Pade has proven, has stood tall and gone ahead to win the national championship in athletics. Today they are being welcomed as heroes. My prayer goes to the Ministry of Education and Sports. Many of the teachers are volunteering in these primary government schools. They have never been appointed. Can the minister take an initiative to at least give appointment letters to these young, powerful teachers who are rendering such services? Our schools are in daring condition. We do not have electricity. An example is primary school. A pole of electricity is just a meter away. And parents were told to contribute 10,000 each so that they can get a tune of 4 million to get electricity in a government primary school so that these children can get decent education. I request the Minister of Education again. Primary schools can get electricity. Finally, my prayer goes to the Minister of Health. Nodding syndrome disease has been sung all over time and time. Is there a way we can have at least a psychiatric clinical officer? We do not have any professional in the psychiatric field managing these children. They are in the hands of enrolled nurses who do not have training in the psychiatry. Could the Minister of Health at least appoint anyone, not if a psychiatrist, at least a clinical manager, our children? Thank you so much, and I thank you for giving me this moment.
Education.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, this is my maiden submission from the time you ascended into the office of the Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Permit me to congratulate you on behalf of the fraternal family of the Ministry of Education and Sports for your elevation to the position of Deputy Speaker Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, we are happy that almost every day we are talking about sports. And I hope and pray that as we plan for the next financial year, we will make the environment for the athletes much more better. On the issue of Pade winning the competition in Mbale, the Ministry of Education and Sports, under the leadership of the First Lady and the Senior Minister, believes that we should invest in talent identification. That is why, after COVID, we have started the process of organizing competitions for children in primary schools. On the question of facilitating these young kids, Right Honorable Chair, Right Honorable Right Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm to this Parliament that the Ministry of Education and Sports, under the leadership of the First Lady and the Minister, has started the process of facilitating every district, every municipality, every city in Uganda with funding earmarked towards sports and core curricula, especially sports in schools. Right, Honorable Speaker, every district in Uganda, if you want me to confirm,
Order.
Right, Honorable
earmarked and
Speaker.
sent.
Honorable Bua, there's a point of order.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Bua is a good man. And I like the way he speaks. But I don't like what he's saying here. That they have done, set aside the money for cities, for districts. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am a member of the Education and Sports Committee. Here to tell us that they've done this, when in actual sense, they've done something. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have a letter written by all sports associations to the same Minister of Sports, complaining about the differentiation in the allocation of available sports funds. And he received it. Right, Honorable Speaker, we want to sit here Kasanda, or it is going to go to the districts, and I know something is coming to Kasanda. Right, Honorable Speaker, can the minister go through on how much money has been put in the next year's financial budget for those sports activities? Then we can sit here and talk, and we say when time comes, right, Honorable Speaker, we are able, right, Honorable, is the minister in order?
Thank you, Honorable.
To stand here before us to tell us about money that has not been put anywhere in the budget?
Now, Honorable Samba, you're trying to trap me. You have said the man is good. You have even said you like him. Now you want me, you have declared him good and you like him, you want me to say he's shabby, he's not in order. You're making my work difficult. But putting that aside, colleagues, the Ministry of Policy statement for Ministry of Education is coming, okay? And the issues he has raised are issues to me the Committee on Education should interrogate. Because you see, the Minister of Education gives his wish list. Sometimes finance comes in and says there is no money. Then we as a house, we are, but Minister, are you in order? Is it true? Is it true that you're not in order?
Right, Honorable Speaker, if you could give me some little time, I am not talking about the next financial year. I am talking about this financial year, 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, I have forwarded to every member of Parliament a copy of a circular dated 14th December 2021, addressed to all district local government chairpersons, all resident district and city commissioners, all chief administrative officers, all mayors. The subject matter is proper usage of capacity building, sports and co-curricular non-wage grant. This letter is signed by Janet K. Museveni, First Lady and Minister of Education and Sport. If you allow me, can I read the content?
Please do, for record purposes. I don't know how long it is.
It states, Reference is made to the approved budget for provision of education, skills development, and sports services at the local government level for financial year 2021-2022. As you are aware, government in partnership with the World Bank agreed to implement the Intergovernmental Physical Transfers UGIFT program for a number of activities under the local government besides construction of seed secondary schools in sub-counties without schools. One of the core objectives for the implementation of the UGIFT program was to uplift the transfers under wage, non-wage and development budgets to improve service delivery to local governments for from financial year 2018-2019. I would like to draw your attention to the non-wage component which was introduced for capacity building, sports and co-curricular activities. Each administrative unit, local government, municipality and city receives an annual allocation of 10 million shillings earmarked for capacity building and 30 million shillings earmarked for facilitation of schools in sports and co-curricular activities at regional and national levels. For ease of reference, I have attached a schedule of how much is allocated to each local government as Annex 1.
So, Honourable Minister, I think my colleague will allow me to rule that you are in order because it was very important. But tomorrow, you lay this letter on table, okay, so that it can be scrutinized. If you have a copy, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, if you give me time, let me move.
That's much better, so that it can be scrutinized very well. But colleagues, the member says it was in the they were put in the pigeonhole, so we better check. Honorable Singoma Patrick.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry to interfere at this point, but I wanted to give information before the minister goes that actually that information was put in our pigeonholes. So he should not do double work.
No, it was never laid on table. So me, what I've said is for him to lay it on table. Okay, so that is.
Thank you.
Singoma, just a minute.
Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is an issue that was raised by the member regarding
Singoma, you can sit.
Psychiatric services in our districts and at the local government level. Right, Honorable Speaker, this House did pass the mental health bill, which became the in 2018. And we do not know if now the Ministry of Health has operationalized that act, because that act provided for provision of such services at the lower local governments. Remember, we repealed the existing act then because services were only restricted, mental health services and psychiatry were only restricted to Butabika. And now with that new act in place, we are supposed to see diploma holders or certificate holders of this psychiatry training employed in local governments and at the health center 3s and 4s so that our people can access these services. So it would be good, since the Minister of Health is here, to update us on where they are with that. That is to answer the issue raised by the colleague who raised the matters of nodding syndrome and the need for psychiatry services.
Thank you for reminding me on that. Honorable Minister of Health, give us a comprehensive response, not only, so please return on Wednesday and you give us a comprehensive response on this matter. Yeah. Honorable Singoma Patrick.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also to join the rest of the honorable members in congratulating you
upon your elevation. Right, Honorable Speaker, at times what honorable members forget to say when they are congratulating you is that you are a very nice man. And therefore, some of us are very excited to have you in that office. Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance, and this is to do with shillings 30 billion, 153 million, which was voted for our UCMID projects in Hoima City and other cities, right, Honorable Speaker, because this concerns most of the 10 new cities. This money was for financial year 2021, but was swept back to the consolidated fund at the conclusion of June 2021. Our town clerk has written to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, requesting that the entity be allowed to revote these funds as supplementary budget so that they can be used this financial year to implement the unimplemented projects. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, all efforts to convince the Ministry of Finance and Planning, they can see Honorable Musasi is here looking at me, has been met with a lot of procrastination. And therefore my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is for the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, represented here in this house by Honorable Musasi, whom I can see here clearly. Can they return this money to us so that we can conclude our projects within this financial year? Can you send that money back tomorrow, Honorable Musasi, because we badly need it? So, Right Honorable Speaker, that's my prayer. And I want to lay on the table the requests which have been sent. One of the requests, the letter here, that to the Treasury by the accounting office of the entity. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay as evidence that efforts have been made to ask the Minister of Finance to return that money, but all in vain. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Singoma is my friend and is a good man. Even this morning, I was with him in the budget committee. I'm just wondering why he decided to ambush me in the house with this matter of urgent attention. Mr. Speaker, I pray that I sort out this matter with Honorable Singoma in my office, because it is a matter which can be resolved when we sit in office.
Honorable Minister, but by the way, colleagues, we don't need to clog the order paper. If an issue, a minister can liaise with the colleague and an issue is sorted. Maybe if it's an issue that affects very many other areas and you find other colleagues are going to lose out. Okay? So, Honorable Minister, the member said this is an issue.
Speaker,
wait, Honorable, don't access the microphone without my permission. Please. Yeah. The member has said cities were affected. Okay? So it's an issue beyond you and Honorable Singoma. Okay? So, Honorable Minister, I would propose that you meet representatives from cities, from new cities, and then you report back to the House on the way forward.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to invite Honorable Singoma to undertake to mobilize.
I don't know, that's your issue. Coordinate it to your minister. We've not assigned the Singoma, we've assigned you. We've delegated you and report back on Thursday next week. Thank you. Honorable Bet Numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I traveled to United Arab Emirates, in particular to Dubai, some 3 weeks ago. And on return, Mr. Speaker, I want to raise a matter that I think and urgent in nature. Mr. Speaker, on the streets of Dubai, there are some Ugandans, young people, who traveled to United Arab Emirates in search of employment, but they failed to get placed anywhere. At stations, railway stations, and the other open parks, many of these younger people sleep there at night, Mr. Speaker. They don't have anywhere to sleep. They don't have any address they belong to, and they are on the streets. And this is very, very bad, one, because we must be accountable for every Ugandan. It is bad that these young people were taken by labor exporting companies, and they were misled to believe that they will get jobs in those countries, and it ended up being not true, and they were abandoned. Some of those people, Mr. Speaker, don't even have their travel documents. And the explanation is that those travel documents were confiscated from them, either by the company that exported them or my prayer, Mr. Speaker, every embassy and commission belonging to Uganda has a military attaché, and I don't want to fault that. What I want to see, Mr. Speaker, in this world where we have started exporting labor, why I want to pray that the government explores to ways of deploying a labor officer to help Ugandans in those countries where we have many of them working, especially in the Middle East.
Please, colleagues, on matters of national importance, no information. Okay?
Mr. Speaker, the other prayer is that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, together with the Minister for Gender, gets a way of going to assist to bring back the children of Uganda back to Uganda. And I know some of them might even need rehabilitation. And then we should find out who took them there. Because these labor agents are exporting our Emirates, for example, these days, is taking our young people every day. Every day you find them dressed in uniforms. The situation is very ugly. The image of this country, first of all, is painted. And then, Mr. Speaker, Ugandans have failed to find a promise in their country. They have been misled to think that they will get jobs in the Middle East. But a lot of problems have occurred involving them, where some are murdered. Others have had their kidneys.
Honorable Numbers, you've made your point. Honorable Prime Minister, right, Honorable Prime Minister. Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have a paper on means of gender, labor and social development, and it is going to be discussed this afternoon. So I think all these issues that are coming in now can be discussed in that paper because it is coming.
No, Honorable, right Honorable, the paper is on gender-based violence. or what? We have to be specific. So, right Honorable Prime Minister, let me give you time. Okay? Let me give you time to go study this matter and report back to the House. Because I know when we open up on this matter, we won't finish. We won't finish, colleagues, and you can see time is not our best ally. We have people here who have come for business that is on the order paper. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, report back in 2 weeks' time.
When?
Honorable Evelyn Chemutai. No, Honorable Minister, we won't finish this matter. It's if you feel the answer I want to give now is satisfactory, the better.
Mr. Speaker, I know you have ruled, but I think the question is coming with a bit of not full information. How I wish Honorable Betty Nambose gives us the name of the company, because all companies are registered with the Ministry of Gender, officially taking these people, but there are people who go underground. We need more information given to us, and we cross-check the facts and see whether that particular group of people who were taken and suffering are the ones in the
Honorable
registered
Minister.
companies. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, we have the address of each and every colleague, but also colleagues like Honorable Fadil also has information. Honorable have not given information. Please, all of you, any colleague who has information on this matter, please pass it on to the Right Honorable Prime Minister or the Minister of Gender, so that it is very captured, okay? And then they give us a comprehensive response. Honorable Chemutai.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I also take up this opportunity to thank you and congratulate you on behalf of the people of Buko and Sabay sub-region. So, Honorable Speaker, I rise up on a matter of national importance concerning cattle theft. On 25th night of this month, that is a day ago, cattle was stolen from Buko in specific Cortex County, and was passed through the Mount Elgon Sirongo district. And Honorable Speaker, this thing has been happening every week. And only this month, we've lost more than 50 animals, especially the bulls. And these animals go through the park that is protected. Honorable Speaker, if our people go to the park, they're always shot. We've killed so many of our people. But it has come to our notice that the Uganda Wildlife Authority staff aid the thieves. And this one is on record, that last night they aided the thieves. They moved with the cows, 10 heads of animals with 1 gun and 5 thieves. And as we speak now, we have our people stranded in Sirongo district in a place called Budadiri. They want the cows taken back. These are my prayers, Honorable Speaker. We want the stolen cows that are right now in Budadiri, in one of the villages where the UA team knows where they kept the cows. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, would love to have LDUs, the local defense unit, who know all these corners where raids take place. Number 3, the UA staff that are armed should be brought to book, and they should inform the nation, or they should inform the people of Buko why Uganda Wildlife Authority staff is aiding the theft in our districts and in the whole sub-region. And I think the Honorable Minister of Tourism is around. I think he's going to guide us and tell us why his team is aiding thieves, the cattle thieves. Thank you, Honorable.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think this is similar to what one of the colleagues was raising about the movement of cows. Some have been refused. Then these ones are raiders. I'm going to request the ministry in charge, mainly security, to come and give a statement here concerning all those raids. Even yesterday, they wanted to raise it when we were in a certain meeting, that was our caucus, but they did not get an opportunity. So
No, Right Honorable,
the minister will come here and give a statement.
Right Honorable, this is attributed to UA, which is tourism. But what I'm going to do, Honorable Evelyn Chimutai, please put your question in writing, clearly specifying which areas, and then you give it to the Right Honorable Prime Minister for action. Honorable Pierre Samuel, Honorable Gilbert, wait a bit. First, wait a bit, Honorable Gilbert. Honorable Pierre Samuel, I know.
Thank you.
Colleagues, wait a bit. Colleagues, I know how you use procedure. I've been in this house. I know how we use it. Okay? Sometimes when you see me resisting, because if we were not abusing it, there is no way as a presiding officer I could refuse a point of procedure. But now, I think we are going to make it clear. Whenever you're raising a procedure matter, you show us which rule. Tell us which rule you believe we are either violating, so we are not moving procedurally well, and that would make it easy. But I wouldn't want to be that strict, but it depends on where you push me. So, Honorable Pio Samuel.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, I'm Opio Samuel, Member of Parliament, Colin North. Let me take this opportunity also to congratulate you upon your ascension, elevation, and upliftment to that big seat. I raise an issue of national importance in regard to the 44 years delayed payment of the former employees of the defunct East Africa community. In 1977, on 30th June, the East Africa community ceased to exist. Thousands of workers were laid off. The expectations were that they will be paid their pensions and their gratuity. However, that did not materialize, resulting in a court case which was ruled in 2000, in which a consent judgment arose. In that consent judgment, government agreed to compensate and pay them their gratuity arrears, their pension. Speaker, with me right now, I have a list of 48 former employees of the East Africa community who have not been paid to date for the last 44 years. Justice delayed is justice denied. Payment delayed is payment denied. I therefore want to move my prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, that one, the Minister of East Africa Community Affairs makes a comprehensive statement on the status of payment of pension and gratuity for the former employees of the East Africa community. My second prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that I lay these lists of unpaid claimants who are former employees of the defunct East Africa community. My third prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that this list be verified and considered in the next budget. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of livestock compensation, I request that you direct the Attorney General to publish the list of all the persons that have been paid so far in every district. We are having 80-year-old people sleeping in the banks, waiting for their money, and there's no way for them to know whether they have been paid or not. I humbly submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. On that issue of war claimants, which Honorable Onekalit had already raised, and I was informed by the Speaker about the progress made. The Attorney General is here. There is a statement he wrote to the Vice President, copying to the Speaker. It's important we lay it on table so that you can access it, members, and then you'll be able. So, Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker and members, we give a fortnightly report of the names of the persons who have been compensated and the amounts and the date. And we'll do that to the Vice President and the Speaker of Parliament, and we hope that this information can get to you. So, Mr. Honorable Speaker, if I could lay this on the table, but every fortnight we shall be making a report, on the updates. I beg to lay.
Thank you. You can read the statement, the title of the statement, so that is well captured.
The title of the statement is Progress Report on the Payments of War Debt Claimants in Acholi, Lango, and Teso Sub-Region, dated 14th April 2022, from the Attorney General's chambers to the Vice President, copied to the Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Deputy Attorney General, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Justice, Solicitor General, and Deputy Solicitor General. I beg to lay.
So thank you, Clerk. Ensure it's uploaded on the system so that members can access it. Okay. No, that statement, I want it, please. And that statement uploaded, and every 2 weeks, Attorney General always update this house. Now, colleagues. Allow me to take a hard decision, please. Let's move to the next item.
Before proceeding, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General has remained silent on payment where there is a consent order, and I was waiting.
Oh, on the issue raised by Honorable
Yes,
Pio
the
Samuel.
Honorable Member raised the issue where there is a consent.
Thank you. On the issue raised by Honorable Pio Samuel, Honorable Watkins, your procedure matter, just wait a bit. It was what matter? National importance? No, on matters of national importance, you come to my office. You don't ambush me here. No, you stood up on procedure. And that's why I was telling you, I know people who abuse procedure. I've been here, I know how we behave. So please, Honorable, sit. Take your seat.
Right, Honorable, I wanted to lay this list.
I can't have two members standing.
I want to lay, I beg to lay the list of unpaid claimants and former employees of the defunct East Africa community.
Thank you. Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I will follow up with the Minister of ICT. Our work at Attorney General's chambers was finished because the case was completed, and payments for any case that is done by the Attorney General's chambers was decentralized to the respective ministry that is concerned with that. But I'll follow up with the Minister of ICT and come back and report to the House.
Please report back to this House on Wednesday next week. Minister of Education, you had a letter you wanted to lay on table.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I committed the Minister of Education and Sports in terms of laying the necessary documents. I have 3 documents to lay. Document number 1 is a letter dated 14th December 2021, the one I partly read, signed by Janet K. Museveni, First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, on the subject matter of proper usage of capacity building, sports, and co-curricular non-wage grant. I beg to lay. Document number 2, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is Annex 1, referred to in the letter, enumerating the list of all districts, all cities, all municipalities, with the budget of capacity building and the budget for co-curricular activities and sports management. I beg to lay. And for capacity building, 10 million per financial year, co-curricular activities and sports, 30 million per administrative unit. I beg to lay. Letter number 3, Right Honorable Speaker, is a letter dated 29.
Honorable, a colleague is just laying. Yeah, he's just laying on table. So I don't know what someone can clarify from laying. Please.
Document number 3, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is a document dated 29th March 2022, addressed to the Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament of Uganda, signed by Obua Dennis Amson, MP, Minister of State for Education and Sports, into bracket sports. The purpose of this letter was clear, that by copy of this letter, the clerk to Parliament is requested to make copies of the circular and the schedule of funds allocation per district, city and municipal local government to be distributed to all members of Parliament for ease of reference as they monitor the usage of these funds. I have been informed, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, that the office of the clerk complied and photocopied all these documents, and they're in our pigeon hole. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Clerk, go ahead and now, Honorable Christine, you don't need to stand up. You raised your issue very well with me. Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs, when responding to the issue of national IDs, the Honorable Christine Carr says she's requesting that the Minister of Internal Affairs comes back with a response on some colleagues who are denied IDs and passports after fulfilling the processing fees, yet they are Ugandans. So that's an issue. What you can do, you can also link up with her for more information in the interest of time, colleagues. Next.
Item number 3, motion for resolution of Parliament to amend the resolution of Parliament on the supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for financial year 2021-2022.
Procedure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. First of all, I really want to add my voice upon those that have congratulated you upon the accession and elevation to that very important office. Some of us that we have faith and we believe in you and your capabilities together with the Speaker to deliver on your mandate. Mr. Speaker, sir, what has been itching me is the news that I've just gotten that is taking place in my community, in our district, Kasese. And I imagine this is not restricted to Kasese district. It could be countrywide. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have 3 rivers that have unleashed terror and havoc on the citizens of this country. And this is something that is familiar. Prime Minister in the House, Madam Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, I really want to bring to the attention of this government that the 3 rivers, namely Rugby, Nyamgasani, and Nyamwamba, have again burst their banks, and the people are right now struggling for their lives. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thought this being a matter of life and death, I think we can't come to terms if we wake up in the morning and we heard that our fellow citizens in Kasese have been afflicted and lives in poverty have been destroyed. Mr. Speaker, sir, my procedural issue is just simple. Disaster and floods have become a song. The people settled in IDP camps in Mohorta were visited by further floods. You saw these people, individuals in helplessness, state or helplessness on the TV last night. Mr. Speaker, sir, my procedural issue is simple and goes, how long is this gonna continue? And specifically, given the fact that we know that this is a rainy season, so the usual floods are bound to unleash terror and disaster to the population. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Prime Minister, Vice President, and the Deputy Prime Minister have been to Kasese. What specifically are they going to do in terms of the short term, medium term, and the long term? And the fact that now the floods are on right now, Mr. Speaker, sir, can I ask the Prime Minister what it is her office is going to do to rescue our fellow citizens?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I think, colleagues, you've seen what I've been talking about. This is what I've been talking about. And sometimes people say you're tough, you're hard, and you can see. But indeed, colleagues, allow me to guide you. Questions of national importance or questions of urgency, we always want you to come to the office of the presiding officer, and then you inform us, then we share, we relate to the government side so that you can get a quality answer. Otherwise, people will be coming here and promising, I'll come back, I'll come back, I'll come back. So that's why I was insisting that you should have come to my office. But Honorable, I thought you wanted an urgent intervention. Your people are in danger. So the Right Honorable Prime Minister should answer, as we also discuss other issues of long-term solutions.
Right Honorable Speaker, constituents of the Honorable Member, one time I was with him, and we were looking at the long-term, short-term, and medium-term interventions about those issues. What we have to do is to see which areas, which terms do they belong to, in which where do they belong? Are they in the short term? Are they in the medium term? Or are they in the long term? And I think we have again to go back, we sit, and we revise what we agreed on. I think that is what we have to do. Honorable Member, we were with you in Kasese that time. We have to follow our procedures, what we agreed on, if it has been implemented. If it has not been implemented, what can we do? We need to call those people to order. I thank you.
Okay, next item.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, Honorable Watkins, that's not how they access the microphone. Please. Next item.
Mr. Speaker,
Minister of Finance, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to amend the resolution of Parliament on the supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for financial year 2021-2022. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, you can say, sorry, Honorable Minister. I need to get you properly.
I repeat. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to amend the resolution of Parliament on the supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for the financial year 2021-2022. I beg to move.
Motion seconded.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Seconded by Minister of State.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Boss.
Order, Mr. Speaker. It's a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, please switch off your microphone, sit, and ask for me to allow you to speak.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Mr. Speaker, of the rules of procedure.
Honorable Minister of Finance, first sit. Colleagues, I didn't sit here for my patients to be tested. And when I'm speaking, you need to sit. Number 2, you cannot get a microphone. You put it down before you even sit down. You're again shouting, order, order. Please, colleagues, let's be courteous to each other. I give you chance. I don't have a problem giving you chance. So sometimes when I tell you to first sit, I just need like a few 5-6 seconds, and then I can call you. But when you approach in another way, it looks like you're ordering me. Okay? So, order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Rule 222 of our rules of procedure is instructive. It reads, reconsider out of order to attempt to reconsider a specific question upon which the House has come to a conclusion during the current session. This matter has been considered. It is out of order, reading the rule, to not simply to start, but to attempt. But a way forward is provided in the subsequent sub-rule. 2, notwithstanding sub-rule 1, the House may reconsider its decision upon a substantive motion for the reconsideration moved under notice. Now, these are the instructive words. Under notice of not less than 14 days. What my brother, the Honorable Minister, is doing is to move a motion and not to give us notice of not less than 14 days. The second portion of this is the abuse of processes of this Parliament. This matter was referred to a committee of the House. It went and considered it. I understand, because I'm keenly interested, the committee has even signed a report which is due for presentation. Is it in order for the Honorable Minister to, 1, attempt, but not only attempt, present a motion in egregious abrogation of our rules for reconsideration of what we concluded?
Thank you. Is the chairman budget committee here? Because national economy? No, the matter in the Committee of National Economy is totally different from this matter. Yes. It is totally different if you've read the motion. Okay? No. I've not yet ruled on this matter, and that's why I want to know thank you. I had to consult with my technical people to see whether indeed there is any notes that had been given. The notes was not given, that's to begin with. But what I wanted to know from the Minister of Finance is how urgent is this matter? Because wait, Honorable boss, why, no, colleagues, you see, when you're doing work, you have to be practical. These rules, we are here, we handle them in a very practical way, okay? And that's why under Rule 16, you yourself, you passed that you have some rules suspended, depending on the agency. And this is not one of the rules that are entrenched. So if, for example, a member moved the motion that you suspend that rule, you can suspend it, okay? But what I wanted first to know from the minister is, before then, Honorable Boss was also raising on the same. Honorable Boss.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and congratulations from Government Chief Whip to Deputy Speaker, Parliament of Uganda. A learned friend who benefited from being my classmate for 5 years in Makerere and LDC. He somebody's, I will not bring that here, is very preemptive with this motion. And with these procedural issues it was raising. And even when he read the whole rule, he came to sub-rule 2, which gives an exemption. But the genesis of this, if you listen to the motion by the Minister of Finance, is curing a mistake, an oversight committed by the same parliament. It's not anybody else. And as a matter of fact, it relates to Minister of Defense at one point, wrote quite a number of weeks ago to the Right Honorable Speaker and so
continue, Honorable.
The agency of this matter is that budget process is a budget process, has a time frame. And in this, if it appears, at least until the other day, was still my friend, knows very well, we cannot wait when the fault, if you can listen just to the motion, it's not the fault of the Minister of Finance, not the fault of everybody else. It's an oversight where the placing of an item of the budget was not placed in the right budget item. So, Honorable Segona, I want to implore you, like I always do, and you listen, to let one of these go, to allow Parliament make the correction. And if we could only listen to the content of the reasons, if we could listen to the reasons, the grounds for the motion, the merit of the motion, then you would be clearly in support. But Honorable Segona has been very preemptive, and that's why we are going through this. And I know him, he has been like that for a long time.
Yes, colleagues. Indeed, this rule is clearly instructive in nature. I've consulted colleagues here. Honorable, do you wanted to add something as Chairman Rules Committee?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And it is on that point that I rise. The Honorable Both is a good man. Because looks like now that's the president. But despite his goodness, on this particular point, I beg to differ. Right Honorable Speaker, if there is a problem with the rules, we can't ignore. These rules are made to be obeyed. We don't give chance to somebody who would want to challenge parliamentary business, saying we offended our own rules. There is a way out. And the way out is, if the matter is that urgent, is to suspend the rule. And we proceed in accordance with the rules. It is as simple as that, other than requesting the Honorable Segona to ignore. To ignore would be, but much as you went to did you say you are in the same class?
Thank you. Thank
you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And colleagues, that's what I referred to from the beginning, that indeed when you have such a situation and it's not an entrenched rule, you can suspend But as of now, the rule is instructive. We have no way out. Honourable Minister, I request you to withdraw your request, your motion, and then, no, it was already seconded. You can have another way of bringing it. Yes. On Alop, there is something new you want to add?
Right, Honourable Speaker. Some of these situations that make us look shabby are actually avoidable. I had a meeting on the side with my honourable friend, and I introduced him to the subject of the law and procedure. But also I challenged him, why would you bring this kind of motion without the knowledge of the law? Because you cannot surprise us with this kind of movements or funds. Clearly, government wants to repurpose funds that were already voted. And if you want to repurpose, you must, as a matter of land procedure, return to the committee. Right, Honourable Speaker, that in the future, these honourable ministers can help this parliament avoid looking shabby, yet they are smartly dressed. One, to consult before various critical motions are brought, and we get to agree on how to move to the center to process them. Two, Right Honourable Speaker, that now that this is coming up, and I would like to assure you that the arena where he was migrating relates to the business in the Committee of National Economy, that you probably instruct the committee to urgently bring their business to the House. I'm advised from my team in the committee that actually ready and that their report can be presented, that the minister can borrow from that report to reconsider his motion as advised by the Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, Honourable boss, don't mind. Just take your seat. There is no one on the floor. You want to order me? Huh? No. There's no. It should be honorable. Raise it under procedure, but not under order. Okay? So I grant a point of procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rules are clear, and the dress code here is clear how members of parliament should be dressed. Is the member in order seated next to Honorable Keyo to be dressed the way he is without a necktie, Mr. Speaker? Thank you so much.
Hey, that one. Yes. Honorable, there are issues where we don't need to rule. You make the ruling yourself by quietly, stepping out. Thank you. Yes. Let's Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your guidance, I withdraw the motion.
Next item.
Item number 4, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the proposed amendments to the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda.
The word Bible is more clear.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the last time this matter was called, I did loan table the original report together with the minutes, signed minutes of the committee. Parliament decided that day that the report should be presented today because the government needed to look through the report, make the necessary consultation. and they requested for 1 day. The House, in its opinion, gave government 2 weeks. Speaker to present the report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privilege and Discipline on the proposed amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, we are looking at Rule 12, 41, 158, 175, 187, 235, and Appendix B of the current Rules of Procedure. I try as much as possible to summarize. I don't know how many minutes I have. Then it will help
Honorable,
me.
20 minutes.
Let me do my best, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a background observations and recommendation, but briefly, it was on the 28th of July, 2021, that the leader of opposition proceeded under Rule 59K of the Rules of Procedure and moved the motion without notice to amend the Rules of Procedure of Parliament regarding election of members of Uganda's representative to Yala. Right Honorable Speaker, this followed the recommendation by the verification committee of the nominees and the applicant for the by-election to Yala. The verification committee chaired by Honorable do not provide for Yala by-elections in case a seat falls vacant during the term. Right Honorable Speaker, this is what was identified as the existing gaps in the current Rules of Procedure. Election of members of Yala is governed by Article 50 of the Treaty for the Supplementary of the East African Community, which provides under Rule 1 and 2, the Parliament of Uganda for the establishment of Yala under Rule 12 and Appendix B to its rules. Case law interpreting Article 50 of the treaty. Right Honorable Speaker, the report provides around 5 cases, including Jacob Olanya, let's see, so rest in peace, versus the Attorney General, Professor Peter Anyong versus the Attorney General of Kenya, Democratic Party and Mukasambide versus the Secretary General. Then there is that one also versus the Attorney General of Uganda. Number 4, there is a case number 4. Attorney General of Uganda and the Secretary General of the East African Community. And then there is that one also, AAA versus the Attorney General of Uganda and the Secretary General of the East African Community. Below is the summary of the rulings in those cases, Right Honorable Speaker. The Constitutional Court held and faulted Rule 11.1 of the Rules of Procedure Parliament of 2006, which essentially locked out candidates that were not affiliated to parties. The rules state that representation shall reflect the proportional party membership based on the numerical strength of the parties in the House and take into consideration gender and other shades of opinion. And Appendix C of the 2006 rules further provides for nomination of candidates on nomination day by each party represented in the House. Right Honorable Speaker, the next paragraph in the Peter Nyong case, where a court stated that the electoral process may primaries and all nomination. The bottom line for compliance with Article 50 is the decision to elect is a decision of and by the National Assembly. The Mukasambide case, Right Honorable Speaker, also ruled that as much as feasible, the political parties in the National Assembly shades of opinion emphasized that the procedure of election shall be determined by the National Assembly. The court further held that any election or rule of procedure
for election of Yala members that departs from the above clear requirements risks contravening the treaty. The Abdul Katunt case, Right Honorable Speaker, on whether all the 6 political parties represented in the parliament should send a member to Yala, the court answered in the negative. Court took judicial notice of the fact that the number of political parties in the partner states differ from one to the other. Court re-echoed this position in the case of Anyang Nyong, that the framers of the treaty express left that to the National Assembly of each partner state to determine its procedure for election. Right Honorable Speaker, the case of Anita Mong, court left the question of feasibility to the discretion of the National Assembly of the partner states, and court further questioned Rule 13(1) and 2 of Appendix B, which provided for consultation and consensus between voting by secret ballot and the declaration of results. Court emphasized that any consultation and consensus building are done in the earliest stages of the electoral process, certainly not after voting. Court ordered the rules to be amended prior to the next year election. The current rules, Right Honorable Speaker, provide for under Rule 12, the 9 members of Yala representing Uganda shall be elected by Parliament, not from among members of Parliament, representing as much as it is feasible the various political parties represented in the House, shades of opinion, gender, and other special interest groups. The current Appendix B, for a more elaborate procedure of election, but as observed by the House, the rules are silent on by-election. The rules provide for what happens when a nominee from a specified party, gender, or interest groups withdraws, dies before the election under Appendix B, paragraphs 4, 8, and 5. These are the observations, Right Honorable Speaker. Whereas the Yala Elections Act provides for vacation of office by a member of Yala through various ways, including death, the current rules of procedure do not make a reference to vacation of office by a member of the Assembly, including the guidelines for filling these vacancies. For example, whether the replacement of a member of the Assembly should be drawn from the same political party organization represented by the previous holder of the office. The rules, second, Right Honorable Speaker, are also silent on the time frames within which by-elections should be held, considering that Yala Elections Act 2011 provides for a period of 90 days within which a by-election to fill the vacancy must be held. Section 8.2 of the East African Legislative Assembly Act provides, after notification of a vacancy under subsection 1, a by-election shall be held. Section 8.2 of the Yala Act provides that after notification of a vacancy under subsection 1, a by-election shall be held within a period of 90 days. Section 9.1 provides the by-election shall be conducted whenever a member of the Assembly dies, where the seat of the Assembly becomes vacant under this Act. The committee further notes that the current rules do not specify for how long a person elected in a by-election shall hold the office. The Yala Elections Act 2011 gives guidance, though, in section 9.2. Notwithstanding subsection 1, the Yala Act says, a member of the Assembly elected under this subsection shall serve for the remaining term of the Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, we note under 4 that the committee, that Yala Elections Act section 9.3 bars a by-election to be held within a period of 6 months before the expiry of the term of the Assembly, except where failure to hold the election affects the quorum of the Assembly. Whereas the rules of of Procedure, Parliament provides for a verification committee. The rules do not provide for the report of this committee to be tabled in Parliament. It is important to note that members of Parliament are the electorate who ought to be given better particulars of the person they are to elect to make informed decisions. And this is our recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee recommends that by-election should be in principle be in accordance with the rules of the election of the 9 members of Parliament representing Yala. 2, the committee recommends the circumstances that give rise to the occurrence of a vacancy at the Assembly. The Yala Elections Act provides for various events, and these include resignation, ceasing to be qualified to be elected, upon his or her election nomination as a member of the National Assembly of a partner state, upon his or appointment as a minister in the government or partner state, upon conviction by a court of competent jurisdiction of an offense and sentenced to a prison term for not exceeding 6 months, upon his or her appointment as an officer in the service of the community, upon the dissolution of the assembly and upon death. Regarding the time frame within which the by-election should be held, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the election should be held within a period of 60 days to allow any flexibility, since the Yala Elections Act provides for 90 days. 4, on the observation of the tenure of the member elected in a by-election, the committee recommends that the rules of procedure should, in compliance with the Yala Act, provide for the tenure of a member elected in a by-election to be for the remainder of the term of the Assembly. On the issue of the reporting procedure of the verification committee, it is recommended that the report of the verification committee, Right Honorable Speaker, should be presented to the House. In arriving at this conclusion, the committee is alive to the fact that the electorate of the... In addition, the committee was guided by the precedent set in the last by-election, where the report of the verification committee was presented to the House. 2, Rule 41, Prime Minister's time. During the 23rd sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, held on the 2nd of September 2021, the Right Honorable Speaker, during the Prime Minister's question time, directed the Committee on Rules Privileges to expedite the exercise on the review of rules of procedure, especially Rule 41, and accordingly report back to Parliament. The committee notes that Rule 41 provides as follows: there shall be a time designated as Prime Minister's time, commencing at 4 p.m. every Thursday.
Honorable Abud, if we are to read word for word, we won't finish. So, like Rule 41, members have their rules of procedure. So let's try to summarize a bit. Honorable.
Yeah. Right, thanks, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm trying to make sure that somebody who is reading a hazard also follows, much as I'm summarizing, because if it has to be sort of captured, but I'll try to summarize. We have our observations, and during the Prime Minister's time, it is stated, the question to the Prime Minister shall be made in writing and submitted. Shall enter all questions the Prime Minister's record book and select 15 questions by raffle, which shall be forwarded to the Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, this is just the procedure.
What we will do, Honorable Chair, clerk and the Hansard team, type the whole report into the Hansard, so that is captured, the whole of it. And then he's able to make a summary. Then whoever is referring to the Hansard will be able to access the whole report.
Yes, thank you very much for that direction and guidance, Right Honorable Speaker. So on page 11, it gives the current status where the Prime Minister's question is just entered in the record book, and to select a question, you just play a raffle. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend the following. The question put the Prime Minister should be both oral and written. The criteria for selection of the question to the Prime Minister should be on a first in, first out basis and not a raffle like some sort of betway. The question time should be enlarged from 45 minutes to 60. 40 minutes dedicated to responses to the written question and 20 minutes to responses to oral questions. Right Honorable Speaker, we go to Rule 158 and 187, the Committee on Science, Technology, and Innovation. Right Honorable Speaker, while announcing the new cabinet, the President announced that the Minister of Science, Technology was now under the office of the President to be serviced by State House Comptroller. By implication, the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation would fall under the Committee on Presidential Affairs. This also meant that the Sectoral Committee on Science and Technology no longer had a ministry to oversee as per the mandate spelled out in 187 and 189 rules. Right Honorable Speaker, we go to what we as a committee recommend. That the mandate of the Sectoral Committee on Science and Technology, Science, Technology and Innovation be taken from the Sectoral Committee, be taken over by the Sectoral Committee on Presidential Affairs. 2, the Committee of Science, Technology and Innovation should revert to its previous status as a standing committee of Parliament, exercising the same mandate as that of the previous standing committee. And we reproduce that mandate in the report. Accordingly, the Parliamentary Commission should revise the committee's funding from sectoral to standing committee. Furthermore, that on the above recommendation, the party whips, that is the government chief whip and opposition chief whip and other party whips, should regularize the constitution of the membership in compliance with the rules of procedure. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, once you turn this committee into a standing committee, then there is actually members will be belonging to more committees than they're provided for. So both the government chief whip and the opposition should now reconstitute those members so that they belong to committees in accordance with the rules. Right Honorable Speaker, we go to Rule 175, which provides for the Standing Committee on the Rules. Right Honorable Speaker, we note that we don't have original powers to initiate business. Is on the orders of the House. And it renders sometimes this committee though there might be a lot of business to be done. So we do recommend that in addition to the House having overall powers to initiate business, the rule also provides for the committee to have those powers. The committee recommends that Rule 175 be amended to allow the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline to initiate its business, except for matters of privilege and discipline, because that one we thought it should remain with the House or the Speaker. Lapse or restatement of business upon dissolution of the House. Right Honorable Speaker, we had the same problem because the rules provided specifically that business lapses, except that has been considered on the first I think I need to read this, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, under our current rules, 234 and 235 of our rules of procedure, it provides that the business of committee not lapse on progression of the House. Business pending before committee shall not lapse only by reason of progression of the House. A committee which is unable to complete its work before the expiration of its term or before prorogation of the House may report to the House that the committee has not been able to complete its work. A preliminary report, memorandum, or note that the committee may have taken shall be made available to the committee. And under Rule 235, Right Honorable, lapse or reinstatement of parliamentary business upon dissolution of the House, a bill, petition, or any other business before the House during a term of Parliament lapses upon dissolution of the Parliament. But it also says in sub Rule 2 that motion before the House may be reinstated in the next Parliament by resolution of Parliament. The reinstatement of a bill, petition, or motion shall be treated as a fresh reference to that committee. The resolution referred to in sub Rule 2 shall be passed in the second sitting of the first session of time, Right Honorable Speaker, because it was not possible. And all the business that had been saved got lapsed. We do recommend, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, that the committee recommends that Rule 234 and 235 of the Rules of Procedure should be maintained, except that Rule 2354 should be amended to enlarge the time frame for consideration of the motion to be within the first 14 sittings of the first session, because the 235 had restricted it to one meeting. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. The rest are the amendments as they should appear in the rules. But principally, that's the report. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman, and your team for doing a great job. Attorney General had requested to make a short response some of these issues, which would also guide us in the debate. Then I open up for debate.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Congratulations once again. I do not want to depart from the precedent. Honorable Katuntu, the chair of the committee, is believed to be a good man. Here with me, I have a response to his presentation or to the report of the committee. Honorable members, you are all aware. Honorable members, you are all aware that this matter came. I think I can skip that for purposes of time. The time frame within which a by-election should be held. I want to go to the point. A restraint, this is our response. Restating the time frame for the by-election for which the by-election may be held. May I request to remove this thing? It's making me uncomfortable. Restating the time frame for which a by-election may be held in the rules for purposes of emphasis and to avoid cross-referencing legislation in this case, referencing users or in this case, referencing users or implementers of the rules of procedure to the East African Legislative Assembly Act 2011 on whether Parliament can deviate from the rules set by the East African Legislative Assembly Act 2011 under Section 9, subsection 1. The rules of procedure of Parliament cannot deviate from the rules set by the East African Legislative Assembly Act 2011 under Section 9. The proposal by the committee to hold a by-election within a period of 60 days is contrary to the IALA Act, which provides for 90 days. So that proposal, we disagree. I wish to draw the attention of the members to Article 8, Clause 4 of the treaty, which provides that the community organs, institutions, and laws shall take precedence over similar national ones on matters pertaining to the implementation of the treaty. On the issue of the Prime Minister, the justification for changing from the position that the Prime Minister must answer oral questions orally to the position that the Prime Minister must receive written questions in advance. In accordance to the committee, the justification for the change was to allow the Prime Minister to receive and provide more quality and helpful answers. I note that this position is reflected in Rule 41 of the Rules of Procedure. It's my considered opinion that there is a danger in allowing oral questions to the Prime Minister, as the Prime Minister may be ambushed. As the Prime Minister may be ambushed with redundant, superfluous,
you will have a chance to debate
questions.
Okay, let's have order.
Let me repeat. Honorable Nsamba needs to hear this.
I was asking myself all along where you put your glasses. Huh? Go on, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. It is my opinion that there is a danger in allowing oral questions to the Prime Minister, as the Prime Minister may be ambushed by redundant questions and wastage of time, some of which may be superfluous or overtaken by events. Allow me present my report.
Honorable Minister, please go on. Order.
Mr. Speaker, one of the virtues for which we stand as a parliament is the Honorable Kafuzi, my young brother, for emphasis, I'm told is a good man even when I know him more than the person advising me. The use of the word redundant, that members of parliament will ask redundant questions to the Attorney General, is not only unparliamentary but offensive. And I'm happy to listen to him with patience. If you permit, and if you find that he's not in order, as I hereby apply, that he withdraws the use of the word redundant. Otherwise, I'll listen.
It seems I don't need to even rule. He wants to voluntarily take action.
For purposes of decency, the rules of procedure require parliamentary language. I wish to withdraw the use of the word redundant. I replace the same with superfluous. I replace the same with superfluous. I beg to submit. Right, Honorable Speaker.
No, colleagues,
Initiation.
Let's do business and we finish. Okay? Honorable Attorney General, let us be courteous. Okay? Let us use a courteous language and very clear language. Okay? So you withdrew the word redundant.
Yeah.
Okay? And try to be courteous. Colleagues.
I proceed. Initiation of business of the committee by order of the House. Rule 2 sub rule 1 defines by order of Parliament or the House or any expression of similar import means ordered by a majority decision of the House. Rule 175 provides for the function of the committee as follows.
No, Honorable, you don't need to read the rules, okay?
Okay, I'll skip that. In its recommendation, the committee proposes to amend Rule 175 to allow the committee initiate its business except on matters of privilege and discipline. It is my considered opinion that the initiation of business by the committee should be based on a majority decision of the House. In addition, nothing bars the committee from seeking concurrence of the House or the Speaker. The danger in allowing the committee to initiate its business is that the committee will have wide powers unchecked and the resources at a time may be wasted. In addition, with the exception of matters relating to privilege and discipline, the committee does not clearly state what other business it would like to initiate and which should be included under Rule 175. In addition, nothing stops the committee from seeking concurrence from the House or the Speaker. That is repeated for emphasis. Technology and innovation. The committee recommends, in relation to the Committee of Science, Technology and Innovation, that the mandate of the Sectoral Committee on Science and Technology and Innovation be taken over, that the Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation should revert to its previous status as a standing committee of Parliament exercising the same mandate as that of the previous standing committee. That the parliamentary committee should revise the committee's funding from sectoral committee to standing committee. Now, whereas I agree with the recommendations of the committee in paragraphs 1 to 3 above, we would like to add that the Standing Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation should handle matters relating to policy and matters relating to functions that should be handled by the Office of the President to the rules of procedure.
Procedure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, with respect for the Attorney General, the chairman of the committee has read a report here. And indeed, Honourable Speaker, after reading this report, we as backup benchers were expecting to have a debate on the report while the Attorney General or Minister is recording what we are saying. Then at the end, he comes in with his views before we go to the committee stage. Right now, Honourable Speaker, I'm seeing the Attorney General rebutting the whole report of the committee, and it has always been a very big problem in this House of Attorney Generals not being around when we are in the committee stage debating the bill. So wouldn't it be procedure okay for the right now Speaker, for the Minister, Attorney General, or anybody else to give us room under your wisdom, right now Speaker? We members debate the report, then the Minister comes in last to handle our issues, and what if he's not confident, is not comfortable with, when we go to the committee stage, then we get the battles between the rules and what we argue. But right now, the Attorney General is busy answering everything, leaving us with nothing. Even what we would like to put up before is stealing it from us.
Yes, Attorney General, Please, Honorable Seung, you can say.
Thank you, no
I've
speaker.
captured it. Attorney General, stop saying what Honorable Seung wanted to say. Stop saying what Honorable Seung wanted to say. Because I have said you said it all, you're leaving him with nothing. In short, conclude.
Most obliged. Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm about to conclude. On the proposed amendments to the rules of procedure, we agree with some of the proposed amendments to the rules of procedure, namely Rule 158, standing committees, Rule 187, sectoral committees, and Rule 11 in Appendix B, except on the time frame of holding elections. We do not agree with the following proposed amendments. Right Honorable Speaker.
Order. Honorable Attorney General, take your seat.
I'm about to
We
finish right now.
No, we have finished.
Okay.
Yes, because really your views are already expressed. What you're doing is a summary now. So we've captured each and everything. So thank you. I now open up the matter for debate. Now, Honorable Cooper, you had stood up on order. I don't know whether you've changed it to debating. So, Honorable Nwagaba.
Thank
We are
you
now
very
debating.
much,
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker. And since this is my first time to appear before you, let me take the opportunity to congratulate you upon your ascension to this highest office in the land. And on behalf of the people who hail from Kegezi,
It's not the highest.
I applaud you.
It's just high.
Thank you. I also want to thank the committee for this report. I, by and large, agree with their recommendations, save for only one area in respect of the elections of members of the East African has not gone down well to help us determine the question of feasibility and the question of other special interest groups in terms of electing the candidates. How I wish the committee had gone at deep length to go beyond the judgments and rulings of court and helped us to bring this matter to a rest. Otherwise, I see more litigation coming because we've not gone deep. In respect of Rule 175, the recommendation by the committee that it be given latitude to initiate on its own amendments to the rules. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good initiative. If you look at our rules of procedure, particularly rules 189, sector committees and other committees are given latitude to initiate their own, some of the businesses, including initiating bills. So why wouldn't the Committee on Rules on its own initiate amendments to the rules? After all, every report it makes will be subjected to the House's approval. So I recommend the members that we do allow this rule to pass and agree with the committee on this recommendation. Finally, in respect of Rule 235, not 235, the Prime Minister's question time. I have listened to where he's now senior to me by virtue of the office he holds, but the essence of this particular rule on the Prime Minister's question time was actually adopted from the Commonwealth, particularly the British Parliament, the House of Commons. Now, if you restrict a Prime Minister to answering written questions, then why do you have written questions in advance to ministers. The Prime Minister, of course, I know the kind of system we have is different from the one in the UK, but we assume, and we should assume, or legitimate, the Prime Minister here should be well versed with the entire governance structures, systems, and administration. So if you delimit the issue of questions, Prime Minister, to only written questions, then Prime Minister's question time will be not only redundant, even questions to ministers will no longer be there. You will have time to debate. For that matter, Right Honourable Speaker, those who wish to put their questions in writing to the Prime Minister could be allowed, yes, to do so, but I would implore more members to use more the oral method. And for that matter, I will disagree with the committee that there should be a criteria on selecting a question to the Prime Minister. That criteria of first in, first out should be deleted, because how are you going to make a criteria when questions are oral in nature? Will you know the question I intend to pose if it is oral in nature, or one or both, if at all comes back to this side, would want to put the Prime Minister? So I would implore the House, yes, to allow both oral and written for those who would want to write, but the criteria be deleted, since it may not be applicable, especially when it comes to oral questions. Lastly, I want to thank the committee for coming up with the tour on respect of Rule 235. It's an important rule, honorable members. Most of our businesses, which should have come in this house, expired because we did not invoke that rule. Let's allow the rule as proposed by the committee, that time be extended to 14 sittings, so that businesses that expire in the previous parliaments do not put it expire. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Christine Kaya.
Thank you,
Yes.
Right Honourable
Colleagues,
Speaker.
let's use
Much for this
yes,
opportunity.
we have a program for which we must follow. And the problem is we repeat ourselves. Find what so and so has said, is what you're trying to emphasize. Okay, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Strictly 3 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, committee, for the My first comment goes to the Prime Minister's time. We support the inclusion of the oral questions. And in case the Prime Minister cannot respond, it can be referred to the next sitting. But my other issue is, why do we refer her time to the last periods of the sitting? Because that is an important period. Why don't we start with the Prime Minister's time? That 1 hour start with the session immediately, other than referring it to begin at 4 p.m. And then the other one is on the re-election of the Yala candidate. I am happy that the committee recommended 60 days, because I feel the 90 days recommended by the East African community probably is the maximum. So it is to our advantage that we utilize the 60 days, such that we have even a reserve to fulfill the 90 days. My other last comment in relation to the framers to determine the number of representatives, I mean the composition of the representatives to Yala. In the case Abdu Katuntu versus Attorney General, we were informed that we were given leeway by the treaty framers that let countries express what they want, and let countries determine.
No, Honourable, don't give yourself more time.
Thank you.
Colleagues, in the gallery we have visitors. We have a delegation from the Parliament of Mozambique. As you know, the President Filipe Jacinto Nyusi is visiting us, and you know the role played by Mozambique in the liberation struggle of our country. So in the VIP gallery, we have Honorable Raimundo, Honorable Elsina Malinze, sorry about the pronunciation, Honorable Ignacio Jao Reris, and Honorable Jose Domingos Manuel. Thank you. You're welcome. Kindly be watching the proceedings. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Cooper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm just going to do here, then I do here. Okay. Let me. And Rakira now Fox divides the house properly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate you once more. I can see FDC prepare the leaders for this house from the Deputy Attorney General. From the Deputy Attorney General, Honorable Kafusi was our member, and now the Speaker. I want to congratulate for preparing them. Right Honorable Speaker, these are rules of procedure of the Parliament of Uganda, not rules of procedure of the executive. So when the Attorney General comes here to start giving a position of the executive, I think that should come last. Allow us to present as the members of Parliament, because these are our rules. Right Honorable Speaker, the parliamentary question time, where it originates the House of Commons, has lasted for 60 years, and there have only been 7 changes to the way the Prime Minister's question times are handled. Right Honorables, I would interest members to read about the origin of the Prime Minister's question time. I want to agree with the committee, but only delete that part where they say there could be a selection of questions. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, there are questions I have put to the Prime Minister. It's now 5-6 months, I have not got the answer. So we find it difficult. And I even don't know why we shifted from the original way of the Prime Minister handling questions. Don't make us think the Prime Ministers have inadequacies in them. Don't make us think that way. I know they are capable of people who can be able to respond to questions. If the Prime Minister does not have question ready answer, he can ask a minister. We have seen this previously here. How Honorable Amama, Honorable Sibambi would say, Honorable Minister of Works, please can you respond to this? It is not an exam that you are setting for you, but you must be able to answer questions promptly and to the satisfaction of the members. So I would reinstate that. We reinstate the way we used to answer questions. Spontaneous questions to the Prime Minister, he responds. He's even at liberty. He or she is at liberty to say, this one I will respond to it tomorrow. It's not an offense. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we don't want to lose the meaning of the Prime Minister's question time. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Santa. Then I come here.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to start straight away from the Prime Minister's question time. The committee is suggesting 60 minutes, which I want to agree. But my proposal, Right Honorable Speaker, is that we give 30 minutes for oral question and then 30 minutes for the written. In the other last parliaments, we had the sports on question to the Prime Minister, and they would answer. And I want to believe that even the current Prime Minister can do the same, because we have tested this current one, and first of all, Right Honorable Speaker, is boring compared to the other one. You sit, apart from it being boring, you submit your questions, you wait for it, is not coming if you are not lucky. It's only the lucky questions that get
before Parliament. And I want to think that that is so unfair. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister is the leader at that level. And if he or she cannot answer the same questions like the other ministers, because other ministers answered written questions, and I want to believe that the Prime Minister is above, and he or she must be conversant with the questions and the answers that must be provided at that level in the business of the government. Then secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the committee, I want to state that let all the standing committees be the same as far as our rules of procedure is concerned. The Attorney General is trying to make some proposals, but the Attorney General, all committees are the same and they should be treated the same. I want to believe that as a leadership of the different parties and the independent members, we are going to provide members to cater for this proposal by the Committee on Rules and Privileges. Then, finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of IALA, I want to concur with the committee that we have to stick to the 60 days, because even our rules and even our constitution talks about 60 days. And if we align our rules of procedure to the 60 days, I think that is so much better in the sense, in case of anything.
Colleagues, I'm a presiding officer. I don't want to be part of the debate. Okay? But if we have our rules conflicting with other primary laws, then we shall be in trouble. So I think on that, the issue of IARA by election, Mr. Chairman, you will have to agree with the colleagues here. We look more on it before the Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
I agree, only that the learned Attorney General hadn't addressed himself to what the cases have decided. And let me read it to him. Right Honorable Speaker, both the case of Professor Peter Anyong and of Abdul Katuntu have clearly stated that point, and I repeat, this is the court is holding. This electoral process may or may not involve such preliminaries like campaigns, primaries, and or nomination. For compliance with Article 50 is that the decision to elect is purely a decision of and by the National Assembly. You go to page 4 of the report. They have already interpreted this. The whole process, that decision has been left to us as the National Assembly. Everything. The Article 50 is citing. So there is no contradiction in it. And let me tell you why, Right Honorable Speaker, and I invite my friend, the Landed Attorney General, to address himself to this. If, for example, the Act gives 90 days, and you have disputes, and the election has been held 2 days to 90 days, what happens? Here it gives you almost 1 month to sort out any disputes that may arise out of the elections here. That's why we provided for 30 days. But the East African Court of Justice has already held that that decision of those processes rests with the National Assembly. So there is no contradiction.
Honorable Seungu. Now, colleagues, because what I'm looking at, I have 2 other items which we must handle today. Yes, all business on the order paper has to be handled today. So I'm really imploring you, colleagues, if you have a contrary view to what is being, discussed, so that you're adding value, but repeating ourselves for the sake of being on the answered. Yeah, we won't finish business here. You have other opportunities where you can speak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, and all members. The challenge we have is that we make good laws, but those supposed to implement them sometimes frustrate them. Honorable Speaker, I want to take an example of what was happening in that first parliament I attended with the, at least I can say Honorable Alex and Honorable Kadama, the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister then, Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi, would appear here every day. And whenever it would come to Prime Minister's question time, we could ask those questions, but where he never had an answer, he could come on the floor and says, I will give you an answer next Wednesday. And that very week, he could give you an answer. Now, the challenge we have now, why we want all these amendments that are not necessary, is because from Wakana Rugunda, people dodge questions and the attendance of House as Prime Minister. The Prime Minister must be here every day, unless otherwise, not representation, because even if he's to come late, that's serious business. He works with the Speaker of Parliament in tandem to look at his order paper, then those areas that concern him will be here. But when we come to Prime Minister's question time, you cannot tell me to write the question. What if my question is spontaneous also, as he has said? Because it might come, yeah, you can raise order, the Speaker will rule, but I'm just debating the report. Is he on order?
Please, Honorable, go on.
She's not, okay.
Yeah.
I know she fears what I'm saying, but let me maintain my stand. So as I conclude as no Speaker, I think as we make this rule, let us go back to the old rule. The questions can be given to the Prime Minister orally, because you are going to lose meaning for the questions for oral answer, which are given to the clerk and again posted to the ministers or the Prime Minister. So if the Prime Minister can give time to this House, be here in time, those questions cannot answer immediately. He refers them to another date, and members will come. Actually, the Honorable Mama Babas would come back and report them. But for us, we get nothing. Every member raises questions, he says everything. This government does what? The NRM government, everything. Then things end there. Members want answers immediately, and the answers are there. But the Prime Minister fears to give us the depth of those questions as he's supposed to handle them. So there is no need of writing a question. What if my question is against you? We have an enmity with the Prime Minister. She will choose which to answer. Seven's questions are redundant. Tom's questions are okay. Let me answer the simple one and the others leave them. So that's what I'm suggesting, Honourable Speaker, that we maintain the status quo, but the Prime Minister should be here. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And I have these observations that whatever that they've put in terms of having members asking both oral questions but also written, I agree with it. If we choose not to ask the Prime Minister oral questions, and which will require oral answers, it denies members, especially the member who asked the question, but also other members present, the opportunity to even seek for clarification or even ask a supplementary question where further clarification is required or additional explanation. And I agree with that. And Right Honourable Speaker, also I would like to seek guidance from you. We have a challenge, especially from my committee. We've had members coming to complain on Rule 70, which is about the rules of debate. For members, any member before speaking being able to catch the eye of the speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we have members of this 11th Parliament. We are almost getting to 1 year. They have not got an opportunity to catch the eye of the speaker. When we are coming to 1 year, and even when they stand for even over 20 times, members are here, they stand up to now, you find members who are saying, this is my maiden speech. Right Honourable Speaker, I seek your guidance that something has to be done, because all these members who have come, they are representatives of their people, and their people have issues that are supposed to come to this Parliament. I thank you.
Honourable, we try our level best to be fair. We try our level best to be fair. We always try, but you are so many. The day you sit here, you find I have only 30 minutes, okay? And then also we have people who don't attend Parliament. Okay, so meaning one of the reasons as to why we don't see you, every day you look new. Where were you? You don't come to parliament, you want to come, you stand up once. So be active members, be visible. Be visible, even in your constituency. That's why you have voted. Some have voted 20 times when others have never won. Shall we blame the constituents? No. So try to be visible. But Honorable Gilbert Oranya is very visible, so I will pick Honorable Mushemeza. You're too visible, Gilbert Oranya. First seat. You're too visible. I'll give you a chance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also join those who have congratulated you on your elevation to the new position. I'll move straight away to the issues raised by the committee, and I want to thank you for your report. Now, on Yara, I've listened to Honorable Katuntu's explanation and on the interpretation of the judgments. I had an opportunity to be in charge of Yara elections at the level of political party, and I was also a member of the verification committee of the recent by-elections we had here. I still strongly believe that the recommendation of the committee is against the treaty. It can be challenged. I would actually associate myself with what the Attorney General had come up with. So they need to sit again more, otherwise we may find ourselves again in court. The 60 days versus 90 days. Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the Prime Minister's question time. When I joined Parliament, one of the sessions I wanted to enjoy was that Prime Minister's question time. To use the words of Honorable Santa, I found the session very boring. I wouldn't actually mind if we used all the 60 minutes in the oral, using oral questions, because the Prime Minister has an opportunity to receive reports from all sectors, from all programs. We want to see a vibrant session where the Prime Minister is asked and immediately you respond. Now, on the other matter where I want to disagree with the committee on the issue of rules, Committee of Rules and Privileges. I think this is a very unique committee. It is not like other committees. And the framers of that rule wanted the House and the Speaker to remain with that power to direct issues. I would not support that proposal. I would still want to maintain the status quo where the House and the Speaker retain the power to direct what would be discussed in the Committee of Rules and Privileges. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and for catching my eye, because I also associate the views of the other honorable member, because this is the feedback we have been receiving, people making complaints. So this is the feedback. Take it in good faith.
Honorable Mushemeza, before you sit, Rule 175, which you're talking about, your submission. What you're basically proposing an amendment.
175.
Yes, where the Speaker has no power to initiate business. So
by order of the House, okay.
By order of the House only, and I heard you talking of the Speaker. So would you want to propose that the Speaker?
No, I think that was a slip of tongue. I still agree with that the Committee of Rules, Privileges and Discipline shall by order of the House, and we maintain that status quo. Thank you for the correction. So I withdraw the other statement where I invoked the position of the Speaker.
Honorable folks, I will get, because you're the one who divided the House. So if I don't pick you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. My colleague has just left. Right Honorable Speaker, I am proposing that we add the word "or Speaker." My justifications, Right Honorable Speaker, the office of the Speaker has vast opportunities of receiving information in relation to national matters. Two, the office of the Speaker is the chair of Business Committee. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, if that opportunity is provided for, then it means that we'll have other alternatives of receiving our work to be given to our committee. That is.
Chair, you want to comment on that? Chair of the committee? Yes, on the proposed amendment?
Right Honorable Speaker, the
Here we
committee's
don't have
concern was the
committee stage, so
restrictive
we'll be
nature
speaking.
of Rule 175 as it is. That until the House deliberates, then sees the need, then by resolution it is sent to the committee. Then the committee, after doing its work, it comes to the very House which has sort of deliberated whether there was a need. But if where the committee can engage with the Speaker's office, and they can also do this administratively. And the Speaker, by order, I would concede to Ababiku's amendment because it gives us an opportunity. But the restriction of only the House, really, it has been very, very problematic because, like as we talk now, we have identified several aspects of these rules that need amendment. Take, for example, the issue my colleague was talking about of the Speaker's eye and so on. We are 520 MPs. Getting somebody to speak on this floor is going to be very difficult. And right, Honorable Speaker, it is even worse because some instances you are given 2 minutes. When will you ever speak? Then they say that MP, especially for a new MP. It becomes a problem. So some of those aspects, we need to address them now to give opportunity, especially to the new members, also to be very good debaters. Some are, but you cannot be judged on 2 minutes. It's not possible. So these are the sort of aspects which we think we can't bring them here, and then you debate them, then we go take them to the committee, then come back. It becomes so laborious. So if there is an opportunity for the Speaker, the committee can engage the Speaker. I say, we will need to look at ABC, and the Speaker can grant. I wouldn't have any problem. I would concede to that.
Honorable Seguno, the Honorable Low Acting Group, as I want us to sort that issue so that
Thank
we
you,
know.
Mr. Speaker. This is how much I fear COVID.
Is a leader of opposition.
Especially
and,
when my
one
client
side-
who addresses crowds has used the microphone. Right, Honorable Speaker, I know that I may have my slot in the general debate, but I'm deeply getting concerned when we when we mix the legislative functions and administrative functions of Parliament. What we are witnessing under Rule 175 is we are trying to split. Legislative functions are parliamentary in nature, and they are not administrative. Delegated to the Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House, by law, is a member of Parliament who unfortunately cannot bring motions and cannot debate, but only guide. The Commonwealth practice is that where the Speaker identifies gaps and areas that require remedy, the Speaker goes through members of Parliament. A motion or other form of presentation is brought in the House. And once the Speaker is seated there, the decision that he or she pronounces is a decision of the House. In fact, even without a motion, the Speaker can make a directive from there. Debate on the floor. I dread of any possibility or suggestion that we should allow the Speaker to sit in his or her office and initiate business for the committee without going through Parliament. That's point number one. And again, because I've been prompted, it is the same for any committee of Parliament. It is very dangerous because committees, I think a member, Honorable Santa Loom, said all committees are equal. I will come and demand for the same powers from PAC. And the next thing you will see or hear is that I have written to entity A, X, Y, Z to come before me. I do not want to say business of the Rules Committee is business of the House. Their work deals with three things: rules, privileges, and discipline. What more do they want? My view is that we stick to that distinction. One, administrative functions, the Speaker is doing very well. Anything legislative, oversight, and anything in that generic string, it is the House. If the Speaker has anything he wants, any of us can bring a motion, we debate it, and we send to the committee. I thank you.
Two things, colleagues. One, functions for there's no committee that is special. So Attorney General, on that, indeed, I want to agree with the members. You can't say this committee is a standing committee, but for it, it shouldn't touch A, B, C, D, whereas other standing committees can. Okay? I think that would be a very big contradiction, within our work. Number two, from what Honorable Segon and colleagues which you can conclude on, because I want us now to start harmonizing on some of the aspects, especially those which are not very contentious. What Honorable Segona is saying that business which the committee feels is important, okay? On the floor of Parliament and seek permission to go and make a review, which would be also the same as what they would be taking to the Speaker, for example, for permission to go and start reviewing, they can bring it here. So if the Speaker is interested in that matter, he or she will create space on the order paper, and then you give the committee an opportunity to go and handle that matter. So that one will now require an amendment to the report of the committee, because I didn't want us to go rule by rule. I wanted us to clearly agree on certain amendments and then we adopt the report. But if you want, we can go rule by rule. We can go recommendation by recommendation in terms of the specified rules.
Yes, I think, Mr. Speaker, there are two. There's a dichotomy here. The first is the general discussion which has been going on.
Yeah.
Now, the inevitable result of this debate is that we must go to the rules one by one.
And that's why I wanted us to sort out some, so that we know they are settled.
Yes.
There are rules which are settled.
If you permit from our side.
Yeah, if you can start with 175.
Yes.
The recommendation.
No, the recommendation, I don't want to repeat what I said earlier. Yeah. One, we think it is wrong to say we allow the committee to initiate business for itself. Point number one, and I would just be pointed. The second, on the Prime Minister's question time, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, the nature of the Prime Minister's question time is about matters that are urgent. So we want to help our Prime Minister, one, to be alert, smart, and to know that there is Parliament which is scrutinizing her work or his work, and therefore always have the coordination role on her fingertips. That's what Prime Minister Mbabas, I think, taught this Parliament. This next is, from our side, the report is good, and I'm not disappointed.
especially by the leadership. Now, if Honorable Katuntu, the chairman, can do this kind of perfect job, just imagine his lawyer. So the only limitations where we have problems is that the instruction of Parliament, as in accordance with the motion moved by the leader of the opposition, was with respect to EALA elections, particularly the question of numerics. However, with your guidance, Mr. Speaker, we have taken the stand and agreed that we shall bring a new and fresh substantive motion on this, not to bog down the proceedings of today. Finally, on this 60 days, I think there is the only one thing which is magical, the statute. There is a substantive statute. I would request and plead with both the committee and the House that we do not deviate. When the act is enacted, it only allows deviation, not deviation, legislation on matters of procedure, and only on what is not provided for. Now, we've got to treat very carefully where the statute already provides on the number of days. I would advise that we stick to the act and this, because there's nothing magical that we need to change from. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Fox Odoi, we are coming this side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the rules of procedure of Parliament are divided into two categories. They are entrenched provisions of the rules of procedure. Entrenched because the Constitution commands that they must be there. If you take a look at Article 94 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 94(1), subject to the provisions of the Constitution, Parliament may make rules to regulate its own procedure, including the procedure of the committees. That, I will address you in respect of that much later. I want to address you in respect of 94(4). The rules of procedure of Parliament shall include the following provisions. A, the Speaker shall determine the order of business in Parliament and shall give priority to government business. That is entrenched. It's a provision of the Constitution. A member of Parliament has the right to move a private member's bill, an entrenched provision of our rules. A member moving a private member's bill shall be afforded reasonable assistance by the Department of Government whose area of operation is affected by the bill. And D, the Office of the Attorney General shall afford the member moving the private member's bill professional assistance in drafting of the bill. Now, this afternoon, we are not dealing with any of those entrenched provisions of the bill, of the rules. We are dealing with rules that are not entrenched. I will address you in respect of the proposal by the committee that we permit the committee, sua motu, on its own motion to deal with business, to initiate business. Right Honorable Speaker, the justification of this proposal, first, for starters, this proposal does not offend any written law. It doesn't offend our power to make rules. Doesn't offend the Constitution. In my
Honorable Fox, you can just see time. Okay, 1 minute, because you're a former chairperson of the Rules Committee.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable, and I apologize for taking a lot of time on this. So the committee cannot remain redundant and sit there for ages when there's work that ought to be done. So, and it doesn't take away anything from Parliament if we grant them that leave to initiate business. Meet, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I want to appreciate the committee for the good reports. Right Honorable Speaker, as on a matter of Prime Minister's time on recommendations 223, subsection 3, on time allotted for Right Honorable Prime Minister, which the committee clearly indicate that should be extended from 45 minutes to 60 minutes, which I totally agree with. But Right Honorable Speaker, the committee also went ahead and divided the time, that 40 minutes will be for written questions and 20 minutes to be for oral question. To me, why do we divide in case oral questions exceed the written questions, which is going to be a bit a challenge? Why don't we leave it plain that let it be 60 minutes, Prime Minister used in the way she wants? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Ayo Tony, you know, on colleagues, we want to speak, but what we will do, we have two other items on the agenda. And I know all those items are also important. You also want to contribute. So the ones who have been standing up and I've not picked here, I will ensure you're the first ones to contribute on the next items so that we allow people to speak. These ones who have dominated the debate here and in some these other items, I know you will contribute seriously. So, Honorable Ayo, Tony.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me start by thanking and congratulating you upon being elected the Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee and I want to start by addressing myself to Rule 41, the Prime Minister's question time. We make amendment to this rule and go back to having Prime Minister, for having oral question to Prime Minister, and that's what makes the meaning of Prime Minister's question time, Right Honorable Speaker. This has been the practice. We went to this written question to Prime Minister after I think there was some laxity in responding to questions from members. But Right Honorable Speaker, I think we should get back to having oral questions and the Prime Minister would have the discretion, first of all, to answer orally and respond to some of the questions in writing for members. Otherwise, the problem we wanted to solve has started. Now there's a backlog. How do we go to using raffle, giving the clerk that pour the questions in a glass, then you shake and start picking the questions? I think this is too much for. So I would think Parliament will get back to oral questions. The Prime Minister would answer and have the discretion to write and answer them, some of them in writing. Then number two, Right Honorable Speaker, on Rule 12, the election of Yala members of Parliament. This gives you the discretion to have elections carried within 20 days, within 40 days, within 50 and 60 days. And I think we would be much smarter in supporting the treaty by also leaving it within 90 days so that there is consistency with it from the treaty to our rules of procedure, and then elections can be conducted within the 90 days, but not saying you are. I think we remain, we support describe as 90 days instead of changing to 60 days. Right Honorable Speaker, those are the submissions I wanted to give. Thank you.
Honorable Kojo. Yes, I've allowed Honorable Kojo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to thank you for having attained that high office that has been our dream, and also to thank the Committee of Rules, Privileges and Discipline for the report that they have presented to the House. Right Honorable Speaker, I need your guidance. At one point in September last year, as the amendment of the rules was referred to the Committee of Rules, I wrote to the Speaker of Parliament seeking for the amendment, for the proposal to amend Rule number 155, Sub-Rule 2 and Sub-Rule 3. Right Honorable Speaker, we noted with concern the absurdity that will result in the implementation of Rule 155. Right Honorable Speaker, the requirement to commit the loan to two different committees makes the rule appear a little ambiguous. And the rules of procedure spell out the role of the Committee of National Economy in relation to matters of processing loans. That is Rule number 157, Sub-Rule 2, B. On the same note, you will not find the role of the sector committee, because when you look at Rule 155, 2 and 3, it states that the Speaker of Parliament shall commit the proposed loan or guarantee request to the Committee on National Economy and the relevant sector committee. Right Honorable Speaker, when we're processing the loan on the Uganda secondary education, expansion program, we realized that there was a lot of duplication. The same documents that were reviewed by the Committee on National Economy were the same documents that were being used by the Committee on Education. So we found that there was a lot of duplication. So I wanted to implore this House and also implore the Speaker probably to consider the amendment of Rule 155, 2 and 3, so that it does not.
Thank you, Honorable Ikojo. Your letter was received, and I think that's an issue which we had to bring here. So, members, I really want, it's rule number what? Rule 155.
155.
Yes, the issue of 155. Colleagues, I would implore that the House refers that specific issue to, because what used to happen was when a loan comes here, it could go directly to the Committee of National Economy. Because the committee, a sectoral committee, would have already played its role during budgeting. The one of national economy is only looking at financing source of money. Because the sectoral committee, for example, would have considered it first goes to the sectoral committee for like 2 weeks or a month. Then after it goes back to national economy, we more or less made national economy redundant. So that's an issue for which we don't need much debate. Let the Committee on Rules go and look at it, and then we will debate when they report. Okay? Members, those in favor say aye, those against say nay. The ayes have it. For Rule 155, I expect a report within 1 week. Whenever this is just one rule, it's one item, I expect a report in 1 week. Okay? Honorable Bahati?
Right, Honorable, to look at specifically at that particular rule?
Yes, please. Specifically for now.
Yeah, 1 week, I think.
If there are others, we shall receive from members.
1 week we can, just 1 week we can complete. Not so?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was on the point of procedure. First, I want to congratulate for the good report on our rules.
I'm not very surprised that he's doing this wonderful job. I would be surprised by the opposite. Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the debate has gone on, and we have actually touched on each and every rule and amendment proposed by the committee. And so many ideas are coming on each amendment that are coming. As Honorable Segona proposed earlier on, Mr. Speaker, I thought that would be procedure right, that this is the right time that we can go rule by rule. And if there's any, because we have built consensus on almost all of them, if there's any divergent view about the amendment made by the committee, and then we can look at that, but it probably is the time to move rule by rule, then we adopt it and then move forward, given your concern of time. But otherwise, I want to thank the chairperson.
Sure, colleagues, I gave you a lot of time on this matter. Reason being, these are our rules, and we are the ones who use them. But like I promised, on the next item, I will start with colleagues who didn't get an opportunity to speak. Okay? So, and you still have more. You still have another chance when we are going rule by rule. Okay? You can still contribute when we are amending rule by rule. So, Chairman, please, let's go on the next stage. Chairman, let's go on rule by.
Right Honorable Speaker, I do move that Rule 12 be amended by providing by-election. A by-election of a member of the East African Legislative Assembly representing Uganda shall be conducted in accordance with Rule 12(1) and 2 of these rules. A by-election shall be conducted whenever a member of the Assembly A dies, or B, where the seat of a member of the Assembly becomes vacant upon the happening of any events provided for under Appendix B. 3, a member of the Assembly elected under this rule shall serve for the remaining term of the Assembly. 4, a by-election shall not be held within 6 months prior to the expiration of the term of the Assembly, except where failure to hold the election affects the quorum of the Assembly. Justification: to provide for a by-election by a member representing the East African Legislative Assembly. I beg to move.
Members, I put a question on that. Honorable Rania, contrary view on that specific.
Thank you. Right on, Speaker. Still on Rule 12. That is why I wanted to raise.
Yeah.
Right on, Speaker, if you look at Clause 1, Clause 1 says, if you continue reading, representing as much as it is feasible the various political parties represented in the House, sets of opinion, gender, and other special interest groups in Uganda. Right on, Speaker, my concern is wherever we are electing the members of YARA, it's as if we are not following other sets of opinions. We have the interest groups in this parliament. We have the youth, the disabled persons, the workers, and the army. I would like somebody to help me and explain to me, right, Honorable Speaker. It means we are not following the shades of opinion in this house.
But also,
and we have very many political parties.
Honorable, in your submission, you're also not following because you've left out Mama Cicero Guari's constitution.
Yes, yeah, and the elderly, that's right. And my concern, right, Honorable Speaker, now we have many political parties with members of parliament in the house. And every time when we're electing the members for YALA, we normally say, let 7 go for NRM and 3 divided among other shades of opinions. Whereby to me, right, Honorable Speaker, that is not fine. It's better we correct it here and then. I need my chairman and the Land Attorney General to clarify on that. Thank you.
Chair.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I refer my colleague to Rule 75. That argument was not referred to the committee.
Very good. So, Honorable, if there is any matter, please, we referred to the committee rules 12, 41, 158, 1 Appendix B. So any member who has any other issue, okay, any other issue, okay, please write to the speaker making your proposed amendment, which will be brought here into the house, and the house is the one which can only refer that business to the committee. Okay? So Honorable, please allow me to put a question that Rule 12 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Chair? Next. Next rule, 41.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Right Honorable Speaker. This junior lawyer of mine was trying to disrupt some.
Honorable Katonti, you don't know that Honorable Namga Gorita is coming. She's now in the house.
Just 1 second.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 41, Prime Minister's time. Rule 41 of the rules is amended by A, by substituting sub-rule 3 with the following. Question to the Prime Minister may, 1, be made in writing and submitted to the clerk, or to be put to the Prime Minister during the Prime Minister's time under sub-rule 1. B, by substituting sub-rule 4 with the following. The clerk shall enter all written questions in the Prime Minister's question record book and select 15 questions on a first in, first out principle, which shall be forwarded to the Prime Minister. C, by substituting sub-rule 5 with the following. The Prime Minister's written response to a question shall be copied to the relevant member, and the Prime Minister shall respond to the question during the Prime Minister's question time. D, substituting sub-rule 8 with the following. The Prime Minister's time shall not exceed 60 minutes. E, inserting a new sub-rule immediately after sub-rule 8 as follows. The 60 minutes referred to under sub-rule 8 shall be apportioned as follows. 40 minutes for responding to the written question and 20 minutes for responding to the oral questions. Justification. 1, to provide for the option of allowing members to ask the Prime Minister oral questions. 2, to remove the selection of written questions by raffle. And 3, to increase the Prime Minister's for both written and oral questions. I move.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, I need you to comment on this because this is a rule about your time, and we haven't had anything. It would be prudent.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request the House that we should not go with writing the questions, with the oral answers, because initially we used to ask oral questions during the Prime Minister's time. That time, their meaning during the Rukakana Rugunda, Mbambaze, and the Honorable Nsibambi. They used to come in with oral questions, but we used to go with unanswered questions, and they were very many. That's why they said we should start writing, because the Prime Minister could not answer all those questions. They used to be very many, and he could not answer all of them. So they said, let us start writing so that we should not leave those the questions unanswered. So I request that I'm putting to this that let us go with the written questions, not
So
oral answers,
in
not-
short, you're saying we don't amend
Sorry?
the rule?
Yeah.
Okay.
We go with the Attorney General's recommendation.
Okay, Honorable Lilian
Thank you.
Ade.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also rise up to support the recommendation that we don't amend. You see, Right Honorable Speaker, when we come to the House, there are issues that we will want to present as issues which are very pertinent, and we demand immediate answers to these issues. Unless we go the way of playing to the gallery, of raising these issues, and we don't get substantive responses. For me, as a member of parliament from Kitgum, when I raise a question to the Prime Minister, I would expect the Prime Minister to give me the response and the action. But we are looking at a scenario where everybody will be standing up to raise these issues, and all the Prime Minister can do is to say, Honorable Minister, respond, or Chief Whip. And we still have these issues of giving, responses which are not substantive. For me, I would go with written questions, but also not closing the window for.
Point of order.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I ask my sister to forgive me. Right Honorable Speaker, the essence of Prime Minister's time interact with members of parliament is to allow the Prime Minister interact with members of parliament on policy matters, matters of the constituencies, and among others. Right Honorable Speaker, if we are to allow written answers every time, then the Prime Minister's time will lose the meaning.
Point of order?
Is the honorable member in order to emphasize that we should go back and take us to the written document as if the time is for answering academic something. But this one is strictly to interact with the Honorable Prime Minister. Is he in order?
Honorable Gilbert Oranya, I know you wanted to submit and you thought I wouldn't pick you on this matter. Because a member is entitled to his or her opinion. This is her opinion. So it can't be aligned to yours all the time. So, but you've made your submission, it has gone on the answered. So I hope you're not submitting again on this matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I still want to confirm that this recommendation looks at both angles. You are looking at written and also asking the questions. So I still want to insist and propose that having the window of both written and free asking of questions would be proper. So I move that
you support the position of the committee.
I do support.
You support the position of the committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Honorable.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to comment on the Prime Minister's time. I want to disagree with my colleague. The Prime Minister.
Honorable Bahati, please.
The Prime Minister.
Honorable Bell has given her opinion. It has gone on record.
To talk about the Prime Minister's time. I want to disagree with my colleague. The Prime Minister's time is the only time we have to interact with the Prime Minister. Many times we have written, we go to the offices, these people are very busy. We don't get them. If we cannot express our questions here, where shall we get them? Our constituents, in most cases, they want serious answers. I always follow up on our forums. Immediately you ask the question, the forums and the constituencies, they'll ask, what was the minister's what? Answer. So if it is just written, how shall we get the first answers? Let it remain oral. And then I also want to say that the 45 minutes, 1 hour is okay. but because it can allow us to have a lot of time to interact. To me, I just want us to scrap this thing of what? Written. Let it remain what? Oral. So that we have a lot of time to interact with the prime ministers and all other ministers. I thank you.
So, colleagues, let's move this way. On this rule 41, Honorable Chair, let's move this way. Let's go sub-rule by sub-rule. Okay? For example, on A, your proposal on A. Okay? We vote on the one of A, we go on the one of B, we go on, so that we don't do an omnibus and we end up losing focus. So on A, some people are saying they want it to be oral. We have others who are saying no, it should remain written. No, the committee is saying both. Okay? But we have others who are saying it should be purely oral. But we also have others who are saying no, should remain written. So,
Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues.
Let me first allow Honorable Saropendi, then you come in, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform this House.
And we welcome the Prime Minister. So she's also going to submit on the Prime Minister. You have been ably represented by the Right Honorable Nakadama and the Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform this House. I came to Parliament in the 9th Parliament, in 2011, 9th Parliament. We had purely oral questions. And that session was very interesting, and many members would sit in the House. We got to the 10th Parliament, we still maintained the same. I want to let you know that these rules were amended in 2011 as we were ending the 10th Parliament. So it did not even apply during our time. We just started it in the 11th Parliament. So, honorable colleagues, there is no, let us go back. And you have seen, during Prime Minister's time, the House is almost empty because the Prime Minister comes with written responses. So people walk away because they are not concerned. And of course, the issue of the raffle. So I want to suggest, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Prime Minister's question time remains oral, but however, the Prime Minister is at liberty to consult and come with an answer in the next session, which is still okay. And yes, so
Honorable,
so that is my proposal, that let us maintain the oral. It will be confusing for you to say let's have both, because when you have both oral and written, supposing you have written and it is just 40 minutes and the Prime Minister does not respond. So what happens? So let us maintain, since this is an interaction with the Prime Minister, it is in good faith. The Prime Minister can answer or choose to answer in the next session. Thank
Honorable
you.
Court, then Honorable Hunda.
Thank you so
And
much.
then the Prime Minister, I want her to say
Thank you so
something
much, the Right Honorable Speaker.
We have a lot of business colleagues where you will speak. I might not pick you on this, but on the next one, I pick you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to take this as my median speech, and you are present as on that seat. I will take it another time to congratulate you. However, given this subsection that we are talking about, yes, in the past, we used to go with oral question only. But now we have already started to get used to written question. People are following it. Even our Prime Minister plus all other people, they now know that you write so that you get a detailed report on what you want to be answered to. However, I would like to add on what the committee came out with. I second both the oral and written question. But the written question, we should allow any answer the Prime Minister is giving, because sometimes the Prime Minister can answer, but he or she may leave us without any fulfillment to the answer that we were been expecting.
Right, Honorable, they are addressing your issue. I wish you.
Let me
could
repeat
have-
myself now that she was being distracted. You are not a speaker. The speaker is
Honorable
there.
Amos, please conclude.
However, so my submission here is we allow the oral question and the written question if the answer has been given, and the subsequent question that follow that very particular question, which might have not been answered well, let us allow it also. That is my submission. Thank
Honorable
you.
Runda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I add my voice to congratulate you, and I thank the committee, because actually the committee on this very matter has found the cure, because it has not just gone only one side. It has addressed the issue of written questions, which are given 40 minutes, and then oral 20 minutes. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary practices all over the world, you have to subject the leader of government business to serious scrutiny. And one of the ways is the lead of government business must be on the tenterhooks to know that once in a week, I'm going to be tasked with questions, and I must have my technical teams prepare, because Parliament is going to subject me to a bar of questions. So you cannot go to lower to inconvenience a prime minister, but the prime minister must be in a position to subject all these ministers. He's the coordinator of the entire government business. And unfortunately, we have seen many of the gaps within our government apparatus is that people go and do different things, and they are not taking it upon themselves to feed the prime minister with information. And this parliament now is urging government, saying that we must have our prime minister be given information. And that's why I think this is very appropriate. I stand by the committee that we have the 20 minutes, which are not so many, and then we have the 40 minutes for the written questions.
Honorable Cecilia Ogwar, to make a clarification. Let us listen to our elder.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I just want to make a clarification on this particular subject. Right, Honorable Speaker, the rule as it is now, to the Prime Minister in writing. But now we are saying no. Writing is restrictive. Writing is not in compliance with the Commonwealth's practice. So we are saying let us adopt a two-way process, that is writing and oral. The hybrid, exactly. It's our own proposal. This is adopted by this parliament, which means we have looked at the previous experience and we have encountered some challenges. And I think I can testify to that. So we have come with this hybrid. Now, where I also feel uncomfortable, and I'm sensing it, is that we should allocate more time on oral and less time on writing. But in principle, the hybrid is the best. And I can assure you there are some other parliaments who are going to adopt our hybrid approach, because they are also complaining. I mean, those of you who have moved around, I think you have sensed that they are also complaining. So this will be unique. It is our own approach, because based on our own 45 on oral and 20 on writing, if we could agree.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister, this is a rule that affects your time.
Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, I want us to take trouble to go through our Hansard. I took trouble, I told the chair.
to go through our hazard and see what was happening before and the logic behind us changing these rules. One, it was like a theater. The Prime Minister would come here. You can go and check. Oh, we shall bring the answer. That one will be handled. But the few months I've been Prime Minister here, I have been providing answers and also following for action. I can even give you some things we have done through the Prime Minister's question time. If you want us to go back to the theater, for me, I'm here. I will answer and give you those that can be answered. The fact is, we thought Prime Minister's question time should also come up with action points, the way we have been doing it. The only challenge has been, whenever we would come to Prime Minister's question time, the Speaker would prolong whatever has been happening in the House. And that's what has created some backlog, not because the Prime Minister has failed to bring in here questions. Let me give you an example.
Maybe, Right Honorable, just a minute, Right Honorable. Before you came, there is an issue we talked about, the issue of language. Okay?
The issue of what?
The language we use.
The language.
Parliament at any day can never be a theater. Parliament cannot be a theater. Whatever an MP can submit here and all that is the opinion.
No, what I'm saying is.
So I think it can be, we can say the quality of answers was not good. Okay? I'm minding the language.
Okay.
But when someone reads and says sometime back Parliament was a theater, okay, that's a very bad.
No, I withdraw. Yeah. But the fact is, colleagues, I have withdrawn. So, colleagues, I want you to take trouble and go through our Hansard and see how Nsibambi, the late, used to answer questions, and see how my predecessor used to answer questions. Because for me, I took trouble to do it. Because when I was appointed Prime Minister, I said, I want to perform.
No, please, Honorable. All right, Honorable, continue. Continue. Please, Honorable Amos, I need discipline in the House.
Colleagues, we are in these offices for a reason. We want to serve. Recently, I was given a question here on the road from Kona Kamudini to Lira. I was given another question for a road from Amurata district, that is Wekunye through Apache. I'm forgetting the name of the road. Yes, after this question here, I got answers. I took trouble to go up to the ministry and called them and said, now, the members want answers for this road. At that time, even members wanted to demonstrate. So we even called the World Bank, then came here and gave you the answers, which were really with action points. And as I talk now, the contractor is on site. So for me, I thought that the Prime Minister's question time, why don't you allow me to summarize? I have no problem with us having oral questions. We can have both. I have no problem.
Yeah.
Yes. We can have both. That hybrid is quite good.
Yeah.
So that you can also check whether the Prime Minister is up to date.
Oh, very good.
Yes. And to also make the Prime Minister, try to. I have no problem.
So,
but answers which are written, if you are a serious Prime Minister, you would definitely give answers which are to solve problems which are brought here by members. And therefore, for me, I would suggest that we give more time to written answers than oral questions.
what I get now, the Prime Minister has given you a true picture. Right on, I will take your seat.
But I wanted to have an appeal. Right, Honorable Speaker. The Prime Minister's question time is a practice, practiced globally. When time for the Prime Minister's question time come and the Speaker is in the chair, I request that we respect that time. Yes, because
tomorrow at 4 p.m., right, Honorable, we need you here to answer questions.
No problem.
Very good. So, colleagues, I think what we've picked, without really going so much into this, it will be up to you now to look at the quality of answer you want. A risk, according to the Prime Minister, of not getting a more detailed answer than the one who would have written. Because the one who would have written, she goes back and consults. So since a hybrid, all sides are going to the hybrid, please let's move, Chairman. For A.
Thank you very much. Right,
for A, I want to put a question that the proposed amendment, 41, 3, Roman 1 and Roman 2. Okay? Be adopted. Those in favor say aye, those against say aye. The ayes have it. No, we are still moving down. We finished A. If you have a report, please, colleagues, look at your report. Now we are going on B. Okay? Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, I propose that we substitute sub-rule 4 with the following. The clerk shall enter all questions in the Prime Minister's question record book and select 15 questions on a first in, first out principle, which shall be forwarded to the Prime Minister. I beg to move.
Colleagues, I put a question that the proposed amendment under 41 4 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, those against say nay. Next.
Right Honorable Speaker, I do propose that we substitute sub-rule 5 with the following. The Prime Minister's written response to a question shall be copied to the relevant member, and the Prime Minister shall respond to the question during the Prime Minister's question time.
Honorable Segona.
Mr. Speaker, I first of all agree with the committee, except that I propose to set a time frame within which the Prime Minister answers. And my view is to give it a time frame of 14 days for the Prime Minister to answer. My justification is to avoid prolonged and delayed responses from the Prime Minister, which has been a vice that we must deal with. I beg to move.
Honorable members, there are issues which we are handling administratively on our side. Okay, and we've made very good strides. The Speaker has been in touch with the Prime Minister in regard to the issue of Prime Minister's time being given priority. And we are going to give it priority. Okay? So, but now the issue is, which Honorable Segona is raising, when you put that time frame, and for example, you have 200 questions, and no, I'm meaning the question is submitted to the clerk. Okay? The questions which are submitted to the clerk. No, you're not telling members that don't send more questions to the clerk. So this one would work, okay, if these questions have already been picked. From the time they are picked in the rota of first come, first handle, then you can give it a timeline of 14 days, which will compel the presiding officer also to ensure that indeed it's done. Yeah.
I think I receive your guide point is you start calculating time from the date when the questions have been submitted to the Prime Minister. Definitely, the Prime Minister cannot be held responsible for questions that have not been submitted.
Sure.
So my view is that this time runs from the time they are taken.
How do you ensure the issue of like you're in recess and the members are sent? So meaning the clerk should only send questions when we are in session.
When we are in recess, the clerk is not in recess. That's number one. Number two, the Prime Minister will not be able to present here. But remember, these are written answers. And written answers by practice are also submitted to the clerk. So when we resume, then you handle that administratively. I'll handle with you because in the business committee, that's what we do.
So you're meaning when the Prime Minister submits to the clerk, for example, the question should be even uploaded on the answers.
Perfect.
The answers should be uploaded on the system.
And the rest
so
is
that the member
administrative.
can access, then the
Yes.
Prime Minister will come and repeat it here.
Absolutely, Mr.
Very
Speaker.
good. Chair, on that.
Speaker, as the Honorable Cecily Ogwal submitted, this hybrid is the first of its kind. And because of what the Prime Minister herself said and what members have submitted on this floor, we need both. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we suggested that the clerk shall enter all written questions in the Prime Minister's question record book and select 15 questions on first in, first out principle, which shall be forwarded to the Prime Minister. So the record should show question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And once you select the 15, you forward those.
No, Honorable, that one we sorted. We've already passed.
Yes.
The issue is on time. The one I want is the one of
But
time.
the Prime Minister can only answer, the time for the Prime Minister can only run for those he has received.
Yes,
and those
that's
will be
what he has
received
said.
after the 15 have been answered, that they are all numbered.
No, what I'm asking you, do you add the time?
The time? I don't.
Yes.
No. The time of what? To answer 14 days?
Yes.
Within 14 days?
Yes. That's the one I'm putting to you as chair.
Yeah, we need to give, because even the Prime Minister is here and we're all here. Does the Prime Minister object to answer a written question in 15 days? Why should he? 15 days, I think, is reasonable. 15 days are 2 weeks.
You put 14, 15.
14.
Yeah.
And to me, I think that's very, very reasonable.
So you concede on that?
I concede the 12,
Okay.
the 14 days.
Colleagues, let's move. Honorable Gilbert.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you know, when we are making the rule, it's very important that we understand well. The timing of 14 days, it also depends on the urgency of the question being asked. Right, Honorable Speaker, is not a must. When the question is asked today, it must be responded to after 14 days. Let us say the Prime Minister should select the more urgent questions deserve urgent answers. Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker. If you are talking of the problem within the country,
then now
that calls for the answer immediately.
Honorable
It
Gilbert.
cannot wait for 14 days.
Honorable Gilbert. Now that will require you also to define urgent. You need to go to the rules and Honorable, you will need now to go to the rules and also describe, okay, all criteria. So, Honorable Prime Minister, take your seat, don't mind. Honorable Prime Minister, don't bother on this, because you see, colleagues, we do have a provision for questions of urgent nature in our rules of procedure. So if it's a question of that nature, you can raise it to the minister here on the floor every day, even oral. Yes, that's it. That's it.
From the chair, we are giving a certain amount of time to members to raise question for written answers. And when the clerk records these questions, he will pick 15 on the basis of first come, first serve. What happens to the rest of those questions raised in the time specified for written answers and have been picked by the clerk?
Chair?
The reason why we suggested 15 is you don't have to overload the Prime Minister. You send him 15, after she has answered that, then you send another batch. First in, first out. So long as they go chronologically from the record book. Yeah, she just receives batches, but this should always be on the first come, first out basis.
Thank you.
Additionally, Speaker. Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, you want us to sleep here? This is now a straightforward matter. Yes, Honorable Abudu needs to go and break the fast. Time is running out. So I put the question that the proposed amendment under Rule 41, sub-rule 5, okay? No, sub-rule 5 be adopted with the proposal on time of 14 days as brought in by Honorable Segona. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. Chair, next.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I do propose, the committee proposes rather, that we substitute sub-rule 8 with the following. The Prime Minister's time shall not exceed 60 minutes. And inserting a new sub-rule immediately after sub-rule 8 as follows. The 60 minutes referred to under sub-rule 8 shall be apportioned as follows. A, 40 minutes for responding to the written questions and 20 minutes for responding to the oral answer. Listen to the justification before you. 1, to provide for the option of allowing members to ask the Prime Minister oral questions. 2, to remove the selection of written questions by raffle. And 3, to increase the Prime Minister's question time to 60 minutes, apportioned for both written and oral. Why? Because previously the Prime Minister's time was less than an hour. It was 40 minutes. So we are now increasing it and then dividing it up. But we are amenable to adjusting what sort of minutes go to the oral and written.
Colleagues, let's not take much time on this because as a presiding officer, okay, I can even adjust, I add the Prime Minister 10 minutes, 20 minutes for more oral answers. And then you also have matters of national importance where you bring oral questions. So let's give time to those quality answers which are more detailed because of the more research the Prime Minister would have made. Right, colleagues, I put a question that the amendment to Rule 41, Sub-Rule 8, as proposed by the committee, be adopted. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. Okay. Chair, next.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Rule 158 of the rules is amended by inserting a new paragraph immediately after paragraph N as follows. The Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation. Insertion of a new rule. The rules are amended by inserting immediately after Rule 186 the following. Functions of the Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation. 1. The Committee on Science and Technology shall review, discuss and make recommendations on science and technological content of all bills laid before Parliament, initiate bills on strategic issues of science and technology for national development, continuously monitor, evaluate, or assess activities in public institutions and any other bodies engaged in national science and technology development, examine and carry out research on the performance of the national science and technology subsector, and E, to examine, recommend, and oversee adequate national budgetary provisions for the development of science and technology. The committee shall report to Parliament at least twice in a year on its functions. Justification: to provide for the functions of the Standing Committee on Science, Technology, and Innovation. I beg to move.
Colleagues, I put a question that Rule 158 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Next, Chairman, Rule 175.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have been following the debate on Rule 175, and I could see the consensus that the House was very uncomfortable in the imagining that the committee will start amending rules without them knowing so. I think on behalf of my colleagues, let us drop that recommendation until we examine it further.
Thank you.
Because, and I think I always want to go by consensus. I think let the committee drop this one until we discuss it further.
So recommendation for 175 dropped, so we maintain. I put a question that we maintain one Rule 75 as it is. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Rule 187.
Honorable Speaker, this is consequential. Rule 187 of the rules is amended. A, in paragraph J by adding a new sub-paragraph immediately after sub-paragraph 9, Roman 9, the following: science, technology, and innovation. B, by deleting paragraph P. Justification: consequential amendment to making the Committee on Science and Technology a standing committee. Currently, the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation is under the Office of the Presidency.
Colleagues, I put a on which one, Honorable Flavia? No, we've already finished. No. We've already finished. Go to Rule 235.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Rule 235 of the rules is amended by substituting for sub-rule for the following: the resolution of Parliament referred to in sub-rule 2 shall be passed within the first 14 sittings of the first session of Parliament. Justification: to enlarge the time frame within which the resolution for reinstatement of lapsed parliamentary business is to be considered.
Colleagues, I put a question that Rule 235 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, those against say.
Chair, thank you very much.
The ayes have it, but I want to record your.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm in a desire on that very particular rule. I think the chairperson can help us. We have members who are doing private members' bills, but never get the chance of returning to Parliament. Like last time, I was doing a local content bill. Had I not returned in this Parliament, the chances of the local content bill to proceed are yet, it is a very critical. So as we debate this, we think we must think about the private members' bills that whose people carrying them forward may have not made it to the next Parliament.
No, Honorable, You see, if you move a private member's bill and you don't return here, okay, you would have gone with all your privileges and the businesses and everything. What you do, you look for a member. It has been a practice. What you do, you look for a new sponsor of the bill. And some of the bills already they are moving. For example, the succession amendment bill, which was moved by Honorable Kajungo of Mbarara, I think it's already even a law. Already came. So the member Honorable is already off the floor. So we cannot, there's no one to give information. So let's move. Let's move. So, but that's an advice given to you. If you sponsor bill and you leave parliament before your bill is processed, you look for someone to take on that bill. Yeah. Yes. Next, the appendix.
Yeah, that is right, Honorable Speaker, as you've correctly guided an election, but you may not come back because you are going to meet your creator. So the situation is changing.
You have seconders. You have seconders. You are not doing the bid alone. Yes, you might all go together.
Appendix B of the Rules of Procedure. Appendix B of the Rules is amended in Rule 11 by deleting sub-rule 2 and 3 by inserting immediately after Rule 11 the following. The chairperson of the verification committee or any other authorized member of the committee shall present the report of the verification committee to the House indicating the list of the nominees verified and found to have satisfied the requirements of Rules 4 and 5 of these rules. In the mass media and shall be displayed on all notices of Parliament. I beg to move. Yeah, I think I can.
Because whenever I'm looking at how we process this.
Maybe I can just continue?
Yeah, sure.
All of them?
Sure. But what we can do.
See, by deleting 12.
Honorable, what we can do, since you marked them in our report, okay? Since you marked them, we can go by each one you marked, and then our people of the Hansard, and we'll capture it very well. Because we are going to open a debate without again concluding. Okay?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I intended to concede.
Yeah.
The problem is if you have legal debates, and sometimes it's better you don't go for a gray area.
Yeah.
My own interpretation is different from that of the Attorney General. But the harm I wanted to chew, I've explained that if, for example, there are contestations after the election, there is some time within which the National Assembly can resolve them. But if the Attorney General and my other colleagues think we can go by the 90 days, I wouldn't have any problem. But that causes a problem when you have not really fully resolved this problem. We thought there would be that window. And when you read the judgments, they would give it. But I would concede that we let it remain as it is because it has not arisen before. The harm has not arisen before. We were anticipating.
Really, I totally agree with you, Chair, because you see, where the treaty is very clear, okay? You can't just focus on case law. The treaty is very clear, and it says within 90 days. So the case law, the case was not about the time. It was just about other issues. Then they later on commented on the issue of the time. So to me, let us remain within 90 days. And then we administratively, as administrators of this institution, we ensure that indeed we put in place all scenarios. You can do it in 10 days, you can do it in 50 days, but we respect the treaty. Someone doesn't say we contradict the primary law on this matter. So I think Honorable continue and finish because that was the only contentious matter.
I therefore
Debate.
withdraw any reference to the 60 days in reference to rule 235. Excuse me. In respect to the Appendix B of the Rules of Procedure, I think the Hansard should capture that one.
Yeah, sure.
So the justification was to provide for the report of the verification committee to be presented to the House. Paragraph 3 is a repetition of paragraph 12, thus there is no need to maintain the subparagraph. 3, to specifically provide for all the circumstances that give rise to the occurrence of the vacancy. 4, to provide for notification of the occurrence of a vacancy by the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly to the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda. And to provide the timeframes within which a by-election should be held, and that time frame should be like that provided for in Yala. And Right Honorable Speaker, these recommendations arises out of the Fox-Odoi Verification Committee.
Okay. So, colleagues, I think for purposes of clarity, I want to put a question that the timelines, for purposes of clarity, that the timeline for a by-election under Yara be maintained as provided for. That the proposed amendments and Appendix B be adopted. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. So thank you, Chairman, because the rest are just references and Appendix A. Yes, Honorable Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate you upon successful conclusion of this. However, I want to put the House on notice that from our side, we're coming up with a motion which contains substantive proposals for amendment with relation to the election of Viala, and specifically the numerical question has got to be resolved. I so put on notice. I thank you.
Yeah, Honorable, it's always your right, and we shall respect that. Honorable Flavia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I had raised on rule number 187, Right Honorable Speaker, not to dispute what we already passed, but to introduce something on that rule, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when I came for the 9th Parliament, the Committee on Social Services was holding a number of sectors, and we split it because it was holding health, education, agriculture, and then we split it to even introduce the Standing Committee on HIV and AIDS. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about the Committee on Tourism and Trade. These are two sectors, very huge mandates. These are the sectors that hold the economy of this country, and therefore each of those sectors requires a lot of analysis and concentration. And I would like to propose, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Committee on Tourism and Trade be split so that trade is analyzed alone and tourism analyzed alone, because they hold very big mandates for one committee to hold. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to propose that.
To that effect, on that. I don't know whether this is the notice, but go and prepare a substantive motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to give notice to that effect. I thank you.
Yeah, because it couldn't be recommitted because this is not an issue handled. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Chair Abdul Katuntu and your colleagues You never disappoint. You've done a lot of work. I'm really glad that we have handled this matter. Attorney General, thank you for the guidance, for giving us light on some of these issues. It's always important for the Attorney General to clarify, especially on matters of a legal nature. So that in you, Prime Minister, for coming and giving direction, especially conceding on the issue of the hybrid. You know, it's under your parliament that in Africa we are going to have a hybrid of Prime Minister's question time. So people are going to learn from you. They'll be coming here to benchmark. Ask, how do you do it? How do you juggle? So they've been benchmarking. Now it's even going to be more. So thank you. Chair, you wanted to make a statement?
I would like to thank you, honorable colleagues, for the support of the committee report. But as you do realize, our rules really need a lot of second attention. I would really advise, request colleagues to study the rules and try to look at what aspects would like to make which will make our work a little bit better, because we are just too many and so on. On what looked like to be contentious here, I'd like to inform colleagues of one thing. When you go for an oral answer, when you go for a question for oral answer, even your own constituents are looking at you. You are asking questions which regard them. When you go for written answer, you even have also a document which you can even take to your constituents. So really, this hybrid is a very good innovation, and we should all take it in good faith. It is for the good of members of parliament themselves, and it's also good for the constituents, because that's how you report. When we ask questions here, right honorable, our constituents are looking at us, and they know you're addressing their problem. And if the Prime Minister comes with a written answer, you can go to a sub-county council and even distribute that answer. I thank you very much, right honorable Speaker.
Thank you. What the honorable chair has talked about, colleagues, you go and scrutinize these rules. I have met very many colleagues. They say, I don't have copies of rules. No, Attorney General, we have another item which is coming up. You know, for example, we need to go back and we review, because program-based budgeting, which is replacing sector-based budgeting, is going to bring a lot of changes. So as presiding officers, we are going to review. We meet with the business committee, especially after budgeting process, and we see how best we can adapt our rules to the changing times. Our rules are a living document. So anytime we have to keep adjusting to ensure that we operate properly. Colleagues, there is a lot of jam outside. So if you want to go and get stuck in a jam, please escape. But next item. Our canteen is open, should be open for, yes.
Item number 5.
Next item.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Presidential Affairs on the nationwide assessment of disaster-prone areas and the proposed sustainable strategies for addressing disasters in the country.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is yours. So let's dispose it off, colleagues. Honorable Dr. Kamara, you have a procedure matter?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate you. Right Honorable Speaker, when we started the 11th Parliament, we were following standard operating procedures. One of the standard operating procedures was masking, putting on a mask in a right way. I have noted with concern that now it is optional. Yet I have not heard the Speaker's office or the clerk's office pronouncing themselves on this issue. I was with the Minister of Health yesterday in a seminar, and she was still insisting that we must put on a mask, especially when we are indoors. Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding well?
Or would you like to pronounce yourself this evening that the mask is optional, such that members can put it on at their own discretion? I beg, submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. You know, we are looking at very many things. Sometimes I don't take attention of who is putting on a mask, who is not. And that's why you colleagues, you see each other. So when I was Pendi, you need to put on your mask properly because COVID is still here. Colleagues, if you don't have a mask, I request you go out. Colleagues, please, this is a very simple matter. If you don't have a mask, go out and get a mask. Yes. So everyone has a mask, so please, this, Honorable, let's move to the next business, Honorable Sewungu. But COVID is still real. We must put on our masks all the time. And it's difficult for me. Honorable Babiku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, our report has been uploaded on our iPads.
20 minutes.
Thank you,
Maximum.
Right Honorable Speaker. On page 1, we have our introduction. Right Honorable Speaker, we were given this assignment on 5th October 2021, and the terms are under 2.0, 1, to investigate and establish the forms and likely causes of disasters in the country. 2, to assess the effectiveness of interventions geared towards disaster preparedness and disaster management. 3, to recommend to Parliament sustainable strategies for addressing disasters in the country. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we can leave the methodology for you to go through. Document review. On page 3, Right Honorable Speaker, it's about background to this assignment. Right Honorable Speaker, disaster risk profile is characterized by hazards which include drought, floods, hailstorms, windstorms, landslides, epidemics, pandemics, pest infestations, earthquakes, and fire outbreaks. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the emphasis of this assignment is based on the severity and the regular occurrences of the disasters that we have been facing, and members outline their grievances based on the very low responses that they have been getting. Right Honorable Speaker, still under background, we have noted the level of frequency where disasters have been occurring in an unusual manner in a year, at times thrice or twice a year. Right Honorable Speaker, observations and recommendations under terms of reference 1, investigate and identify the forms and causes of disaster in the country. One of the forms is landslides, and we have categorized the causes to this landslide, that is torrential rains, poor land use practices through uncontrolled land use practices such as deforestation. Right Honorable Speaker, neglect of soil conservation practices such as terracing, bush fallowing, and contour plowing by surrounding communities is also one of the causes to these landslides in our country. Floods is one of the forms of disasters in our country, and the specific causes are outlined below. 1, where encroachment and degazettement has been intensified in our forests, climate change, diversion of original water channels, rising water levels of Lake Victoria. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, another form of disaster is drought, and the specific causes are reflected from page 9, that is cyclical weather patterns, deforestation, and soil degradation, climate change, hailstorms and windstorms is also another form of disaster. Epidemics and pandemics are also other forms of disasters. Pest infestations, earthquakes, fire outbreaks are also forms of disasters. Right, Honorable Speaker, from page 12, we are reporting on our assessment on effective interventions, on effectiveness of interventions geared towards disaster preparedness and disaster management. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government has established warning systems, early warning systems for floods and droughts in the country, and our findings are on page 14. The committee established that the early warning systems aimed at reducing the risks posed by weather-related hazards, and this face a lot of challenges, and this include insufficient budget and its associated effects. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for example, the Uganda National Meteorological Authority, a semi-autonomous government institution responsible for establishing and maintaining weather and climate observing stations, network collections, analysis and production of weather and climate information, including warnings, advisories to support social and economic development, is largely underfunded, and this has resulted into failure to operate at full capacity. For example, 12 out of the expected 23 agrometeorological stations are functional. 8 out of expected 17 hydrometeorological stations are functioning. 1 weather stations is operational, while none out of 10 air monitoring equipments for our cities has been procured. Climate, Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, committee observes that inadequate funding to UNMA constrains the effectiveness of the institution's role of monitoring weather and logical and related services in support of relevant national needs like protection of life, property, safeguarding the environment, contributing to sustainable development, and promotion of long-term observation and collection of meteorological, hydrological, and climatological data. It is the committee's finding that UNMA's objective to improve the quality of its service to this country has been constrained because of the underfunding. Right, Honorable Speaker, another challenge that we have established is the unreliability of the data because of the poor equipment and also inadequate provision of the expected services to the several stations that is expected. There is also poor communication systems in terms of poor timing and the content. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, another challenge is the poor network connectivity. Some of the regions, for example, Karamojo region, is not well serviced in terms of connectivity. Landslide early warning systems, Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that is one of the interventions. But another challenge that we have established in this is the laxity of the leaders in disseminating the relevant information timely. But also another challenge in build is most of the communities are not responding positively to the calls of government and their leaders. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, under page 16, legislation as a measure of intervention. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution has provided for management of our disasters and also multi-sectoral approach in management of disaster issues. But Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, under legislation, Uganda has not yet put in place a national policy, not national policy, but national law. It has a national policy. and that is disadvantaging our country. Right Honorable Speaker, we also assess the performances of our country in relation to international and regional protocols. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the examples we have cited is the Yugo Framework for Action. The details about the principles is elaborated from page 16 to 17, but Right Honorable Speaker, for the purpose of record, the summary of the principles elaborated here is prioritization of disaster risk reduction through legislation and effective implementation. Right Honorable Speaker, the challenge we have observed in this is that our government has ratified this but has not domesticated it. But the government has gone ahead to implement some of the aspects of these principles or the pillars. Right Honorable Speaker, our government has established structures at local level, but lack resources to able to do their work. Hazard mapping and vulnerability profiling has been done in only 40 districts of the disaster-prone areas of the country. Similarly, early warning systems have been installed in few regions that are prone to floods. In regard to information sharing, little has been done, considering that the mode used is mostly electronic, that reaches few people, and as a result, a lot is still required. Right Honorable Speaker, unless our country spreads the effectiveness of connectivity in other parts of the country, otherwise dissemination of some of these information is a problem. The second framework, we looked at the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. Our government has signed but has not ratified. Right Honorable Speaker, the pillars have been elaborated here, but in summary, Sendai Framework for Disaster Reduction deals with disaster reduction through knowledge acquisition and use of multi-sectoral approach to achieve disaster reduction. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the next protocol we looked at is the Africa Regional Strategy for Disaster Risk Reduction. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the pillars are 7 and they are elaborated here. In summary, this focuses on political commitment and improved governance to disaster risk reduction. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also signed but not ratified. And this emphasizes so much on the requirement of including disaster budgets in our annual budgets. Right Honorable Speaker, we have established that many of our MDAs are not including this in their budgets. Under IGAD, Right Honorable Speaker, we have elaborated the pillars of this protocol. We have signed but not ratified. It focuses on specific strategic measures to disaster risk reduction. Right Honorable Speaker, apart from the protocols, we did analysis on the national policy for disaster preparedness and management as an instrumental policy, but we don't have a law. The committee established that despite the existence of the policy, government does not adequately plan for disaster prevention, and as a result, it ends up responding more to disaster occurrences than being proactive. It is the finding of the committee that the objectives of the national policy for disaster preparedness and management have not been fully implemented. For instance, whereas the policy requires that there be established an effective monitoring and evaluation system, the current system is not effective. It is hampered by inadequate staffing of the Monitoring and Evaluation Directorate under the Office of the Prime Minister. The committee observed that local communities and district local governments are not empowered to respond to disaster. Due to lack of funding, looked at some of the laws in the various sectors because we have found out that disaster issues, especially the triggers, are coming from different sectors. So we looked at the National Environment Act in the aspect of environmental protection, but Right Honorable Speaker, as we have outlined the specific provisions of this act, much will be done by the sectoral committee. We are going to narrow ourselves in the areas of only disaster. Our concerns are on page 25. That is 3. The committee found out that NEMA has not fully executed its mandate in making proper decisions in environmental and social impact assessments, which has led to the exposure of natural resources to degradation that has augmented disasters such as flooding. It is the committee's finding that failure to adhere to the said provisions has constrained the management of the environment for sustainable development and therefore making the interventions geared towards disaster preparedness and disaster management ineffective. Right Honorable Speaker, that is the area which is related to our key assignment. We looked on page 26, we looked at the Water Act, we did our assessment, and we have established that some of the disasters are as a result of inadequate supply for production and human consumption. That is in the last paragraph of page 26. It is the committee's finding that government has not fully executed its obligation under Section 5 of the Act to ensure adequate supply of water. It has affected crop and animal productivity. On the other hand, inadequate supply of safe and clean water for domestic consumption.
Honorable, can you go to recommendations?
Okay, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Recommendations are on page 33. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are recommending the following under the operationalization of Article 249 of our Constitution. Government expedites the enactment of the National Disaster Preparedness and Management Act to pave way for the establishment of the Disaster Preparedness and Disaster Management Commission, so as to operationalize Article 249 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, minus this law, will not be able to have the commission because the descriptive structure, the mandate, the financing will all be managed by that law. So we need first to have that law in place. Establishment of robust integrated early warning system. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, these are our specific recommendations. Early warning system communication networks be strengthened in addition to continuous sensitization so as to enhance preparedness of communities and establishment of mitigation measures for proper disaster management. UNMAS should be allocated adequate resources to modernize its meteorological observing for its services in order to effectively execute its role in mitigating natural hazards from translating into disasters. UNMAS will ensure that early warning systems under management of hilly and mountainous areas. One, we are recommending the following. Governments will ensure that sustainable land use practices such as contour plowing, terracing are adhered to in hilly and mountainous areas of the country. Government undertakes deliberate effort geared towards restoration, reforestation, and afforestation of hilly and mountainous areas of the country. NEMA enforces strict adherence and compliance with the provision embedded in Section 57 and Section 58 of the National Environment Act 2019. management of lakes. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that I leave this for my sister committee. Our issue was so specific on environmental protection. Right Honorable Speaker, adherence to section 26 of the PFMA 2015, ideal 0.5% allocation to the contingency funds. Specific recommendations, government should adhere to the Act to ensure that approved budgets are consistent with section 26(1). The budgeting provisions at all levels towards building resilient communities, economies, and infrastructures other than managing and responding to disasters. Increasing absorption capacity to the contingency fund. The committee recommends that a review be undertaken to ease the accessibility of funds from the contingencies funds. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, page 37, relocation. The population at risk in disaster-prone areas to areas identified to be safe for resettlement. Areas where the population has been evacuated be gazetted as government land and measures be taken to restore vegetation. Routine desilting of rivers. The committee therefore recommends that government rebuild strong gabions and undertakes routine desilting of rivers. Establishment of robust fire prevention and management system. We recommend the following. Government should sensitize communities on basic fire safety practices, enforce all the fire safety measures at all times, ensure adequate distribution of well-stocked firefighting equipment, urgently address the problem of high urban traffic congestion that slows down response from the firefighting teams. Commitment to Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. We are requesting that government takes up domestication of some of these protocols. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the rest members can read. In our conclusion, we are saying, Right Honorable Speaker and members, the factors contributing to disaster occurrences are both natural and human induced. The increasing frequency of disaster occurrences in the country are highly contributed to by low levels of effectiveness of our government interventions and continuous destruction of the environment. It is high time that we enacted a national law, adhered to the Public Finance Management Act, and adopted a multi-sector approach to disaster risk reduction. I beg to submit. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, before I take my seat, allow me lay a copy of our report and the minutes attached to. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. Colleagues, I want us to sort this issue now. We finish it. The Prime Minister is here, and this has to do with her sector. And also colleagues who have been here patiently waiting are the ones who should be given the first opportunity to debate. So this is a very, very important document. It's a very important report, especially on identification of these disasters. But I've seen in some issues, of course, which are lacking. For example, talking of issues to do with the NEMA Act. I remember when we were working on it. Now, the reason given that we do amend it because we don't have finances and all that. You cannot do away with a good law because you're failing to implement yourself. Then you go and appropriate money to that and ensure that you implement. So some of those issues will be referred to the Committee on Natural Resources to deeply go in and see how best they can be intervened or worked on. So now, colleagues, the question for debate is very, very clear. We are debating the Parliamentary Committee report on the nationwide assessment of the disaster-prone areas and the proposed sustainable strategies for addressing disasters in the country. Debate begins now. I'll start with Honorable Rugumayo. I know people who have been here for long, and I know those who have also spoken for long. So I'll start with those who have not yet spoken.
Yes.
Honorable Rugumayo,
Yes.
Honorable Nekele Siri, Honorable Feta, Honorable Joan Okia, as I come. And each one of us, since we are not many, we are going to speak. But let's do just a short time, and the rope is here.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Let's do 3 minutes.
This being my maiden speech, since you ascended to that position, allow me congratulate you upon ascending to that position. And also allow me convey my gratitude to the committee for the wonderful report they have put forward for us to debate. Honorable Speaker, when I looked through this debate, I was very much perturbed to learn that whereas here as Parliament, on everyday basis, all issues to do with matters of national importance, our question is almost to do with disaster. We come here on everyday basis and debate disaster. And yet solutions to these underlying problems could have been got if we sat down as a country, as a Parliament, and debated these issues. Honorable Speaker, it was perturbing for me to learn that almost all our budget on disaster is spent on response, on relief, and yet nothing is done to make sure we are prepared for disaster. Honorable Speaker, it is over 10 years since I was out of Parliament, and members of Kasese, from Kasese here, raise matters of national importance. River Nyamwamba. And every time the matter is raised, the Prime Minister either flies with a helicopter and then is accompanied with many SUV vehicles of ministers. And yet the problem of Nyamwamba could be solved in a small thing. Honorable Speaker, if Wazungu by 1950 could build gabions along River Nyamwamba, channel it, put it in a different direction, and manage it for years, how come we can't do it as a country today? These questions are very perturbing, Honorable Speaker. I think it is a simple problem that, for example, if we put our money to preparedness, other than spending it on relief, we'll do a lot more in saving this country and our time as members of Parliament. Second, Honorable Speaker, when I looked at, we need to deal with disaster in an honest manner. Honorable Speaker, just last weekend, the Honorable Prime Minister was addressing a function and made a statement that you people of Kasese and the Ntoroko, you've been given 500 million each of the financial year.
No.
If you have not spent that money, it will be taken.
Honorable, your time is gone. Yeah. Now, Ms. Indwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me also add my voice in congratulating you. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee, the Preparedness and Management Commission. If it has been put in place, maybe it will address some of these things. Right Honorable Speaker, the way we are managing disaster response and the way we are prepared to handle issues of disaster in this country has left a lot to be desired. Right Honorable Speaker, there are many areas that have given early warnings. For example, you come to the highlands of Bugisu sub-region. We have indicated to this country, to government, and to the Minister of Preparedness that we have got a very big crack that runs through Sebei sub-region. But up to today, Right Honorable Speaker, no action has been taken towards that crack. And tomorrow, When these soils fall on people, we shall see vehicles going to Bududa to now evacuate dead bodies when the disaster has already occurred. So, Right Honorable Speaker, with this commission in place, maybe such issues will be addressed. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, when we are addressing the issues of disaster, we always look at relocating people, but we relocate people in an undignified manner. You carry people from Bududa, take them to Kriandongo. Up to today, the houses that were earmarked to be constructed to house the people of Kriandongo, since 2010 up to today, they have never been completed. The other time we relocated people from Bududa to Bulambuli, all those houses, as we speak, we have less than 200 houses on ground out of the 1,000 plus houses that have been earmarked. Now, these are factors that motivate people to go back to the areas that they would be actually staying away from. These places need to be having habitable and conducive environment. You go there are no hospitals, there are no schools, and then instead of people settling there in a dignified manner, they opt to go back to the again tempting places where their lives will be lost. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the way we are handling the environmental management in this country is also, it leaves a lot to be desired. We are giving out wetlands, and these are supposed to be catchment areas for all these floods that are going on. And you wonder, one entity in government is saying, protect the environment. The other institution is giving title.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Permit me to congratulate you upon attaining that chair of the speakership. Allow me to thank the chair of the committee for a job well done. They have really done a job that I think we should appreciate them for. The committee has highlighted correctly the ineffectiveness of NEMA in performing their roles. Now, if you go to some urban centers like Arua City now, people are busy reclaiming the wetlands and the swampy areas because NEMA has failed to mark these places. And because of the city, the demand for land has grown. A piece of land there is all because NEMA has not marked these swampy. People are busy settling on them. People are busy doing other activities that have adverse effects on humanity, on climate, and leading to disaster. As we speak now, the dry season that usually comes from December to February started in November, and we're ending April when there is no rain in the region. So there is looming famine. There is looming famine arising from the activities of NEMA, where NEMA has failed to implement the laws that were put in place. This House has a duty to ensure that we make NEMA to enforce these existing laws. I want to thank the committee for doing a good job, but I want to appeal that this House should be able to help the committee to ensure that the resolutions and the recommendations are taken and they are enforced. Chair, Speaker, I want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to discuss this particular matter. Tomorrow, another area will become a city. And even the rural areas where a lot of destruction is being done now, if we don't take action, it will be upon this House to be blamed. I want to thank you so much.
Madi Okolo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for a report well done.
Colleagues, you know, the other time I started from this side. So now I'm starting from this side after I come here. Very good.
I want to thank the committee for a report well done. And I want to support the findings and the recommendations. Having said that, I come from Madiokolo district, which is along the River Nile. It borders the River Nile, and there are 5 sub-counties which actually border the River Nile. So we're prone to windstorms and flooding. And we want to thank government because we've actually benefited from Ministry of Education. They have a program for emergency repairs of buildings. But when I look at the report, maybe I would like to add something small, because they list about 46 districts which are disaster prone, but they left out Madiokolo, they mention us amongst others. So my request is that they would really, since we're disaster prone, we have windstorms. I think last month we had a school which lost 5 roofs, and it's not very easy for government to come in very quickly. But if we can also be mentioned very clearly in the report, I would be very grateful. I beg to submit, and I thank you.
Honorable Chair, that's clearly noted. Answered the districts. Chairperson, Climate Change Committee, Honorable Songa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the Committee on Presidential Affairs for collecting this important data. For me, my position would be we have to go step by step. What should we do first if we want to control disaster? And that is the missing link. If it is starting from environmental degradation, causing climate change, causing disaster, what should we do first? Many attempts are pointing at NEMA. If you look at the budget now, NEMA is only given 16 billion shillings out of one, and then the funding gap of 123.7 billion. So apparently we are paying salaries. So what do you expect NEMA to do? Climate Change Department is only given 2.5 billion out of 17 billion. What do you expect these bodies to do just for salaries? So we need to know step by step what to address first, second, and third if we want to control disasters. The Ministry for Disaster Preparedness is supposed to do disaster preparedness, not taking relief after disaster. By now, the ministry should be knowing, mapping the trends. For example, River Nyamwamba, we know when it comes, when it floods, we know the areas affected. Why don't we map those areas so that in the next rains, we avoid those disasters? In other parts of the world, they would be putting barriers, what do you call maybe dikes, to prevent disasters. So these are my position. Let us buy saucepans, rice, iron sheet to address disaster. So this is my position. Let us focus on preparedness and let us increase the budget. Thank you very much.
I think we need to get an experience of local government. So former chairperson, LC5 Kumi, no local government.
Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, I congratulate you on behalf of the people of Kumi for attaining that position. Mr. Speaker, I thank the committee, and somewhere there is a recommendation to have a commission. But there is less being done by the disaster committees of districts and sub-counties. How I implore that the ministry, the Department of Disaster, makes use of them. And also the IPF that is always given by Ministry of Finance to local governments to support environmental conservation is very low. Right Honorable Speaker, when I was there, the Forest Department, the natural resources would always be given 2 million in a financial year. What can that money do? In our local governments, Right Honorable Speaker, we still have unutilized public land. That would be of value, that would be utilized for tree planting. But the resources that are provided are not able to support that. Since we are in the planning time, I beg this parliament to look into this as we are going to appropriate resources so that we have true environmental conservation. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the implementation of the law, the directive that the president made, Mr. Speaker, it is very hard in Kumi for you to say stop cultivating rice in the wetlands when they are seeing serious rice cultivation in Palisa. So if it is implementation of the law, it should be uniform. As I speak now, there is terrible famine in Teso sub-region, terrible. A number of families are sleeping without food. Many times I sympathize with my sister, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, because even as she gives the relief, a family of 20 people and you give a NOMI, we call it a NOMI families. So it is really a very serious issue. And then finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about the provision of alternative livelihoods. Like in my case in Tisai Island, the main activity people depend on is charcoal burning. Many times you try to arrest and do what, they will say, what else can we do in order to sustain our lives? So, Right Honorable Speaker, this is planning time. Let something be done to address these calamities. Thank you very much.
Honorable. I'll first give priority to those who have not spoken. Yes. So, Kabarore, and no, there are those who have been here for a very long time. I know, I know those who have just come. So I'm watching. Yes.
The issue of disaster preparedness is a big topic, but Right Honorable Speaker, whenever it occurs, when disaster occurs in this country, it is true that we are not prepared. Most times, I've been in this parliament for a number of years. The same talk we're having now, this is what we have been had. Where is the problem? Implementation. Who is supposed to implement? At times you find this person is also involved. I can give you an example of environment officers in the districts. Some of them have built in swamps. So this person loses more authority. Who is occupying these swamps? Top government officers. So you lose more authority. When you look at corruption, who is abetting it? Ourselves, I would say. Why? It is clear that you have reasonable, good laws, but the implementation, for instance, my sister here has talked about giving land titles. Who is giving these land titles? At times we talk about cancelling them. We're going to cancel the land titles. But what about this person who issued the land title? You leave him in office, at times you promote him, and you say, really, we have more authority. I think the issue of financing colleagues is good, but it's not the ultimate. The ultimate is having more authority in government. We have lost more authority. And actually, when you go to these local areas, in the districts, wherever we come from, check, the people who have destroyed the environment, especially swamps, are the rich people. And people are looking on. When a local person just maybe cuts a tree, people are up in arms, but the rich people, the leaders, are the ones destroying this country. So if we are to do anything, Right Honorable Speaker, let us check ourselves and say enough is enough. The president has directed, but who listens now? People are no longer listening. So I beg really colleagues to tell you that we have lost more authority as a country, as leaders. Let us check ourselves. The population has no problem. They are willing to listen. But the ones who should be telling them are the ones doing all these wrong things. I beg to submit.
Thank you. And the point raised by Honorable Kagwera is a serious one. Because if government pays compensation in a wetland, you know, you find someone is compensated and in a wetland, and the government Varua went there, the surveyor went there, but they compensate the wetland. So Right Honorable wasn't, I know I've been holding her over something. So let me first allow you to say something on this, then you go for that meeting, okay? I'll go into that corner because Mount Wanare might come, you know.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report and also inform members that government has put in place early warning systems. In those who do that, that's why this time around, though we had floods, we did not lose people. Then two, in areas of Kasese, like my brother talked about, we are looking at relocating people to safer areas. In Bulambutie.
Honorable, let the Prime Minister first.
Allow me,
You know, most of the time, someone has just started speaking on procedure, you failed to follow.
So I request the members
Okay.
of Kasese, like my brother said here. Remember, some time back, I came on this floor of Parliament and asked for support of 5 billion. Do you remember? So that money has helped us to put in place infrastructure. We have built schools in Rwampanga. That school is called the Mone Primary School. I don't know whether there are people from Nakasongola here. And we are saying the people who were, the children who were using that school, that submerged some time back. That was 2019, by the way. So construction now is taking place and they are at roofing stage. The health center 3 that submerged of Rwampanga, the district provided land and we have relocated that health center. Construction is still ongoing. And these are permanent solutions which we are considering with just 5 billion. The health center 3 of Bulisa is also under construction in a place called Butiaba. They are also, I think they have roofed, or they are at roofing stage. I have not gone there these days and got reports these days. The people of Kayunga, we all agreed that those people need to be relocated. And now, land to buy for those people. Bulambutie and Bulambuli, those people were relocated. The construction of these houses is still ongoing. Madam, the health center called Bulambutie is in place. So the people of Kasese, I want you to remember, you have a problem. Kirembe Hospital, where we all agreed that we should give support. They failed to get land for that hospital. 2, the land that they were showing the Army Brigade to construct a hospital requires more than 4 billion to grade. So in our meeting, we agreed that let us now take this hospital because the money is going to go back. 2 billion. So they are going to upgrade a health center 4 to a hospital. Honorable colleagues, we are coming up with long-term solutions. He's aware that those ones who have been always being washed by floods. So this problem is not a one man's solution. All of us must get involved. Then lastly, the president came up and cabinet, you have been in the cabinet. We want the Ministry for Disaster to have those integrities that need for us to respond to disasters in a shorter time. And a consultant was recruited. We have a report, and this will help us to.
Honorable, that language of please does not work here. Please switch off your microphone. You can't say procedure, please. No. That's unparliamentary. Take your seat. Honorable, I'm a presiding officer. It's not about you being polite. It's about you being a humble member of parliament.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we have taken note of the recommendations of the committee, and I promise that government will implement some of them, those that can be implemented. And two,
Right Honorable, he's not unanswered. Please,
so
proceed.
let me conclude by thanking the committee and informing the colleagues that the Ministry of Disaster under Prime Minister's office, though we are not yet fully funded, we are trying our best. We shall improve as time goes on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable. That's positive. Such interventions are very, very important. But I think what we need to do, the issue of buy-in is very important. For example, you need to meet MPs from disaster-prone areas as a Prime Minister, not individually, but at least in a group. When you call a meeting and you list the districts, for example, and you say, you can even do region, you say, MPs from disaster-prone areas from Eastern Uganda, from Northern Uganda. When you meet those individuals who come, then it becomes difficult for us here to contain, to make it even formal. And whatever you agree, you can always share here. But also, this report, it's very, very important that we study it deeply. It has very, very important recommendations. And we shall require an action report on it on the floor. And also you can update the House on the interventions you've done, because it seems there are good things you're doing, but MPs do not know, okay? Because what we get usually here, we don't have a room for giving thanks. We only have a room for blaming and engaging. So it's up to you to blow your own trumpet. Should get time to do it. But the owner from Kasese seems to be having an issue. And earlier on, he had complained the River Nyamwamba has again, is it River Nyamwamba? Around 2 rivers. So Honorable, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much. You know that among dignified members that you have in the House are probably future top on your list. She's my sister, my elder sister. I didn't talk back into her. My only thing Mr. Speaker, sir, was that the Prime Minister coming in was kind of distorting debate. Leader of government business. And we will make presentations. They have the Prime Minister gives a response. Basically, that was my issue. But back to what you've just raised, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you for bringing it to the attention of the Prime Minister. Madam Prime Minister, and through you, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, we had 3 fundamental rivers. Prime Minister, thank you so much for your generosity and kindness. You've been to Kasese and you care about Kasese, and just like you care for the entire country. But I brought it to the attention of the House that this afternoon, 3 fundamental rivers that you're familiar with, Nyamwamba, Rubiriha, and Nyamgasani. The banks burst or burst out. And the people right now, as far as we're concerned, we're not really quite sure what their fate in terms of safety and security. Because the people back...
Honorable, I will allow you to remove a mask so that the Prime Minister can hear you properly.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I wanted the Sala to come here and help me to translate.
Right, Honorable, we have special arrangement. So, Honorable, please.
Much appreciated, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that's the reason why I really appreciate and honor this afternoon, I was saying that the three rivers, River Nyamwamba, River Nyamgasani, and River Rubiria, burst their banks. And we're not quite sure the buildup of the weather tonight, what is going to be their fate in terms of life, specifically safety and security. And I know how much progress you're making, Madam Prime Minister, and we really appreciate your effort and government effort. But the point that we're concerned with is now the current situation, what is going to happen. And I said the intervention should be layered into three. We needed, as Kasese community, the immediate intervention, the midterm or medium intervention, and the long term. Like for instance, I was asking you, Madam Speaker, Madam Prime Minister, that although offices have closed down, you have your contacts in Kasese, you could call up the disaster office and also the office of the COW or chairman, what they have in place to ensure that we either they ask our people to leave the communities near the banks or the mountains, get into town to ensure that there is harmonious. Very lastly, Mr.
Colleagues want to contribute also.
Mr. Speaker, very lastly, I'm asking the Prime Minister to fast track the deserting. Madam Prime Minister? Yes, I'm asking you to fast track your interventions, which are already in place, specifically the deserting and the bamboo growing. And also to tell you, Prime Minister, that your people in Kasese, specifically Bukonzo West, Bukonzo East, Busongora North, Busongora South, and Kasese Municipality have, upon your voice, encouraging them to grow bamboo, have necessary beds for bamboo. So when that project begins, Madam Prime Minister, I ask that you give them first consideration to give you the seedlings before you can outsource. Much appreciated, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. As they continue doing the interpretation and Honorable Sarah preparing an invoice for the services, Bungoko, Chiruhura, Vura. Yes. Then.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And indeed, congratulations upon your elevation and election as a Deputy Speaker of the 11th Parliament. I add my voice to that. And I appreciate the committee for the detailed report, very well researched and informative. I'll go straight away to the issue of the early warning systems, which is their recommendation that we need to strengthen it. Besides strengthening, it also needed to do the maintenance, because across the nation, most of these early warning systems, the weather stations, most of them are non-functional. They are set up, but then they need a lot of manpower, adequate manpower to do the reading of the findings. After doing the readings of the finding, they need to record and then disseminate the information. That is not adequately being done, and especially if we are looking for the adequate decision are made, especially to the people who depend on the weather, especially for production. And then we also need to ensure that the information that is disseminated to the people, especially the users of this information, is user-friendly, because of most of the information that is disseminated, especially to the farmers, is in very hard languages. So that needs to be brought down to the people so that they are able to appreciate. Now, when we talk about the issue, It is their own thing instead of preparing the people to ensure that to mitigate the effects of disasters. The issue of the promotion of the issue of urbanization becomes a very, very serious issue, especially in the mountain areas of Bugisu sub-region, especially where I come from. Because when we promote urbanization in these areas, urbanization, people will still stay within their own areas, but with alternative pressure from the land. Because one of the greatest challenges that we need to admit is the population pressure that is being laid on the unstable areas of the mountains. And as the populations continue sitting there, then the land gives, like the mountains and the
Honorable
landslides.
John, Honorable John Magoro is one of the few climate change experts we have in this country. He's been even the lecturer of climate change at Resettlement University. Is used whenever you want information on such matters. Chirhura, I wanted just to do quickly, so that the Prime Minister can. Yeah, we are doing quickly. I'm coming.
Thank you.
No, Honorable, you've just come. You can't. No. I've been here since 2, so I know. I know who have been here. I know the group. I'm seeing.
Thank you.
I'm
Right
taking people who have
Honourable
not
Speaker.
spoken and have been here along.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues to thank the committee for the detailed report. We thank you so much. Actually, it gives us a direction. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll first talk about the issue of funding to the sector. We may have good laws, we may talk a lot, but if the sector is not well funded, we may not get the solution. I will concur with my colleague. Since we're in a planning process and budgeting, we need to give more funding to the sector because we appreciate that each one of us has an issue about the disaster. My second point, Right Honourable Speaker, is on the issue of prolonged drought. I come from Chirhura. We normally experience 2 prolonged droughts in a year. And this claims between 1,000 to 5,000 heads of cattle. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank the committee that observed on that, but I didn't clearly hear about the solution or the recommendation on the issue of the prolonged drought. I would suggest, Right Honourable Speaker, water supply for production and irrigation. I thank you and I submit.
Vura, then Queen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity also to congratulate you on behalf of people of Vura constituency, Arua district, and giving this opportunity. Honourable Speaker, it's true. The issue of disaster and preparedness has really caused a lot of problem. If you take Vura constituency, Vura is the worst area where a lot of distractions which have been taking place at my constituents. As now we are speaking, around 6 primary schools are roofless. One example is a zonal primary school. Then the government promised us, we submitted the documents. Up to now, there's no response. If you go on the ground, you'll see people are blaming member of parliaments. Say, what have we done? And the whole government. Then I also congratulate the committees that have come up with a very good plan. But what we need here is implementation. And yet, on side of also the Ministry of Disaster, and so there is one, what you have seen on the ground there, NFA has also caused a lot of disaster at my constituents, which always disturb my people And also people are now jobless, people are now homeless. They've squeezed my people at my area. And yet, if you try to talk to them, the report which they have given to us is no. There's some people that try to claim the areas so that people are going to suffer, which is not good.
Queen.
Hello?
No, on Vura, you finished. Queen, time is very important.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And receive my congratulations from Quen and Sabey, even from our brothers from across. I'm aware you know them. I want to thank the committee for this very good report. But for me, I'm looking at it in a different way. We have created, we have an NFA, we have NEMA, we have Minister of Water and Environment. Now we even have the Minister of Disaster. All these bodies are looking at the environment, but they are doing nothing. We are spending a lot of money in salaries, management, and administration, but we are not doing anything to prevent. In fact, I don't think there is any member of parliament here who have not presented. People talking about iron sheets. Wind came and took it, we blew the schools, what everything is happening, even me. But I'm tired, I cannot even report that now. We need to really understand. We need to really talk as people, as leaders, and understand why. Because every day, if you look at on media, Final School has been blown, about 100 iron seats down. Me the other day, about 200 iron seats were taken down. And this is because of trees. We don't have trees around our schools. And these are government what? Yes. How can the whole primary school be there without even 100 trees within the compound? Members, this is very bad. So,
thank you, Honorable. Time is there. Kavare, Wakiso. I think Bukomansimbi has been here since 2. Huh? No, but Bukomansimbi, you just came. No. So, good people, I know, I'll give you a chance. I have MPs who came here at 2 p.m.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Milton, you came like an hour ago. I've been watching. In fact, 30 minutes, the Honorable Bahat has reminded me. Kavare.
I want to thank the committee for the good report. And Mr. Speaker, we have a ministry called the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness. But I think it is high time we called it the Minister of Response to Disasters. Then there is also another issue that has been coming up by saying that we should have disaster-prone districts and areas. I think the whole of Uganda, from the way the report has defined the disasters, the whole of Uganda is disaster-prone. It just depends on which disaster you are talking about. Because among the disasters we have been talking about, there are even epidemics. For example, we have not talked about the disasters refugees bring to this country when there are problems across. So there are many disasters, and I think we should just talk about disaster mapping. Now, about urban areas. Our biggest problems in urban areas are floods. And these floods, it is mainly because the urban planning has not been done well, and planning of the buildings. And finally, I want to suggest that we should have a multi-sectoral approach when we are dealing with this issue. For example, I don't see how you cannot deal with the issue of family planning when you are planning to avert disasters. Most of these issues we are talking about is because of the rising population, which causes deforestation, pressure on the land, and so on and so forth. And there are so many other issues, water. So the most important thing is to make sure that there is a this disaster.
I think Honorable Kamara has got a very important issue of mapping. Disaster. So it's very important. Let me sort out these three because they've been seated here since those three.
Thank you.
People are even running off from that section so that I can see them from here. So let me handle the royal ones. And then I conclude with the shadow minister for energy.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Tomorrow I will start with I will start with you, Honorable, tomorrow, engineer.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me join the very many Ugandans in reaching that chair. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm glad that the Prime Minister is here, and my concern goes straight to the Minister of Disaster and Preparedness. Because you are our boss, I want to report to you that really the Ministry for Disaster and Preparedness is actually moving at the slowest pace. So you should take this concern if possible. Why? I'll give you an example. In 2017, in my constituency, that is Western North, we got actually a disaster that is on River Mayanja. People died, but the government took days to respond. Not only that, even just last year, in my constituency still, in Masurita, heavy rains actually destroyed foods, did each and everything, actually even houses, but the people were not helped. Lastly, I will talk about the landslide early detection system. The minister was like, the people should report. But for me, I was of the view that the detector should do the job. Of course, if I'm the one in Bududa, I cannot report my dislocation that I should be taken away from where I stay. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the truth is disaster is everywhere, and we are just working hard to see that at least we get a solution as the entire House. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee for the job well done. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have analyzed the list of authorities with a combination of laws in place, but wish to ask ourselves, are they the weak laws which are causing the problem? We can say no. But the challenge is the law enforcers instead, they turn to be the lawbreakers. In this context, you find environmental police watching when someone is putting soils in a wetland. So we need at least stringent laws which can do something for the good of our country to avoid such. Instead of embarking on the solution, we should embark on limiting factors. And still on the same, we must at least empower the meteorology department, which can give us at least a clear picture of at least every region in form of a communication. But when they talk about that tomorrow we shall have rainfall in such and such a place, people will assume that is a lie. So we need to build a trust in some of our entities so that people can gain confidence over the communication they make to us. Last on the same, we need also to, the issue is not the budgeting to me, because you got there is a problem. Now, my
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give my maiden speech when you are in the chair. I thank the committee for such a wonderful report.
But you can put on your mask properly.
The nose is too big at times. I think we should focus on preventive measures. For example, tree planting to avoid the winds and rainstorms most times, because we have no serious project of tree planting, especially in our areas, starting with us in our constituencies. Yet the basic problems we get are winds that take away roofs for people. So we need to use that as a preventive measure. And in times of hunger, we need to have food reserves.
Clarification.
A moment. We need to get food reserves, especially on the district level. Because we, at most times, especially in our area where I come from, Uganda region, we grow a lot of food. And at times it's unused. But when we get like when we get a drought period, we lose. So when we put there those food reserves, that will be good. With flooding, the nema teeth bites the poor, not the rich. We had an incident at Entebbe Road, Chituburu, where soil was brought and poured into the lake, and nothing was done to them. The same thing with the Munyonyo. If you look at that shore, Lake Victoria shore. So, sir, we should avoid too much corruption from the NEMA officials, too much corruption from police. At least we can.
But Honorable, I saw on the groups which we were sharing, the ED of NEMA at that same site and stopping the construction and all of that, after it had come on our groups of parliament. What we need to do, we are in the time of budgeting. They made it very clear. How much do you give to NEMA? You're giving people salaries and allowances, but you're not giving them tools to go and do the work. So they are just seated and, so I think it's very, very important that we look at the budget. Colleagues, no, I have time which I usually, today I've gone beyond by 2 hours. Shadow Minister, and Prime Minister, you respond, and we go.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I've seen the moment you try to satisfy everyone. Tomorrow, what I would propose, if I could have a list of people who are here today, and listen, you're not an MP for one issue. The issues are many, okay? Tomorrow, if you're here, I'll give you first priority. I did cover people who couldn't speak on the previous matter. So please, I'll try to do that tomorrow. And also I request the Prime Minister is going to be with us. When she's going out, you can share like the issue of the wetland in Vizira being encroached. We can't finish. It's 8 p.m. This is technical. People have children. Yes. They have families. Honorable Minister, Shadow Minister.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. I also thank the committee for coming up with this. It is very important that it is the Committee on Presidential Affairs that has really compiled this, because we would like these issues to get an elevation of the presidential address, such that it also gets attention, the way Corona got it, the way HIV got it. We hope that most of the recommendations will then will start off. But Right Honorable Speaker, it has been highlighted that early warning is very important in this report. Many of the members want tangible items. When we front early warning as an important item, they are like, no, that is not tangible. Want social services, want this. Dear members, we are calling on you to embrace the contribution of early warning, because this one now will give us the powers to decide on what to do, how to plan ourselves. And then, Right Honorable Speaker, and the committee as well, we realized that the increasing levels in the lakes that we have is too much related to siltation. But most of the contracts awarded to some of these companies do not clearly come up with the provision on how the investors are going to work on this siltation. They are overemphasizing the catching fish and, looking at the incomes. But this other item of environmental management on these natural resources, in most cases, is lacking in most of these contracts and agreements. And so, dear Honorable Speaker, as Uganda, we already reached our carrying capacity. But the way we are embracing refugees without minding about the rate at which they use natural resources is also worrying. What population are we supposed to stop at? Because when you look at the way people behave as they come to our Uganda, the way they exhaust resources, they are after surviving for a day, and they rarely implement any appropriate technologies. And Right Honorable Speaker, we appear to be realistic and fearing for the environment. But can you imagine, sorry, Honorable Minister.
Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me accomplish. I was trying to say that really we need to come up with some affirmative actions. Can you imagine we are the ones coming up with proposals on degazettement of forests?
Prime Minister, you can take your seat a minute, she concludes.
Can you imagine some of us are the ones bringing the motions for degazettement of public forest land, of wetland forest land here, and then you say that you are for the environment? It is really shaming. We have lamented and lamented for the establishment of the disaster management bill for years and years. And this bill is stalled in the Prime Minister's office. Why I saw that the committee met the department, when are they promising us to fast track? Because this is what is going to guide us on the number of guidelines, on the number of policies. Otherwise, whatever we are promising will not take force unless we have the act in place. And Right Honorable Speaker, we have avenues for feeding NEMA with money. We have provisions for the Environment Fund. And there are proposals to get part of the environment levy to feed that fund, such that NEMA now trickles down to the district environment offices. But nothing is forwarded. The consolidated fund is swallowing each and everything. Nothing is put in the environment fund, yet the sources are vivid and they are there. So if we say that we are for this, then let's also our actions come up the same way. There is a member.
Thank you, Honorable Shadow Minister.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. But the issue of sudden urbanization that causes a lot of land changes, land use changes, has also caused problems. So you find that the local governments cannot really monitor and manage the changes in land uses because the populations also come in big numbers. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Right Honorable Bahat had something small.
Yes.
Okay, but the issue of environment officers, Right Honorable.
Yes.
Each district has one environment officer. Now you find Mitoma, which is very, very small compared to Wakiso. They each have one environment officer. And the budget for environment for Wakiso is the same for Mitoma, which is around 7 million, okay, per year. Now, then, and yet the damage being done, or factories, or what, so what is happening is, so we need to look into it deeply, Right Honorable, the issue of environment officers at the district level.
I have taken note of that issue, and I will cause a meeting between the ministries and my office. Kasese, River Nyamwamba, you know, I used the dictionary that was there. I used the services that were available. So River Nyamwamba, River Nyamugashara, Rubiria, Baste, and of course, this brought in the overflow that affected the population. Like I told you, colleagues, desilting is the answer. There is a contract that was given to a certain company, he's aware. But no sooner had they just started to do the work than River Nyamwamba again burst. That's why we thought the long-lasting solution is first of all to give way and relocate the population. My appeal to Honorable Katusabe is that when we put in an advert in papers, you are aware, nobody has come up to give us land. We want to buy land for those people and relocate them. As a leader, I want you to take keen interest in this and make sure that this land comes because this money will go back to the consolidated fund. My brother talked about urbanization in Bududa and those other flood-prone areas. Yes, I know people don't want these people to be relocated to other faraway places because they will lose voters. Yes, that's why they don't want to take these people to Kiriandong. But I wanted the members to note that you can only get votes from a person who is alive. Let us allow government to relocate, because when they still come back. And therefore we have come up with a policy that when we have relocated you to Mbramutia in Mbrambuli from Bududa, you must go and stay there. And then government will take over your land and plant trees. We are going to plant trees and afforestate that area of Bududa where we shall have relocated our people. Government will not degazette forests. It is our policy. We said no to degazettement, and we have always said no. The district disaster committees, to me, are operational. This came from my sister from Kumi. They operational and they operating, of course, with a meager, with some little money. You cannot give every district money for disaster, because suppose that district does not get any disaster. What happens to the budget? So the districts that get problems or get disasters are the ones we handle. And therefore, the budget for the district's disaster committees will be got when they have disasters. There are those, nature reclaimed its territory. I want you to remember these floods that happened last year and the other year. Cabinet has come up with a policy that we are going to demarcate and say this is where these floods stopped, and we shall not allow people to go back. And of course, we shall gazette those areas as no-go zone areas, because you know how much our communities lost and how much government lost. So I want you to inform your communities that those communities in those areas that suffered with floods, the communities will not be allowed at only one solution, buying land for those people. There were those ones of Kayunga, the people from those ones of Ulisa, we have Ntoroko and many other areas. Government will continue to educate our population. We shall educate our population to make sure that they respect wetlands. We are coming up with a strategy under the parish development model of helping our people instead of growing rice in these wetlands. We are going to give, we are giving them advice to do fish farming. Because first of all, fish farming is lucrative and it is environmental friendly. So we want colleagues to take a note of that policy. Then lastly, my office is open. My office is open. I request that members, whenever you have issues, please let us have these issues settled in the office. Honorable Bahat, I want Bahat to help us talk about funding because he has been in that ministry.
Members, I will not allow that. Please, I'm on time and I want to skip that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the Prime Minister and colleagues for the contributions. I just wanted to make one comment on the issue of contingency funding. As you know, we established the contingency fund under the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and it has been growing. The last 2 years, 62 million. Last year, I think this financial year, we put in 140 billion. And as you've seen in the estimates, the Minister of Finance has now put in 246 billion, which in addition, we all know that we should be protecting, rather focus on preventive measures, but in the event that happens, then we need to have something to mitigate that. So, and the procedures to access this, very simple. The Ministry of Disaster Preparedness makes an application to the Minister of Finance, and then Minister of Finance comes to Cabinet and Cabinet approves it. I just wanted to make that clarification on the contingency fund. I also wanted to make a quick one on what Honorable Soro made on the protecting the environment and especially tree planting. We have a duty, Honorable Speaker, to protect our environment, to be able to hand over this earth in a very good shape to the future generations. And to do that, in addition to what the Prime Minister has talked about, protecting the wetlands and all that, we have also some practical. For example, if each one of us was given trees to go and plant, mobilize your constituency in the schools, in the places of around the places of worship, in the road reserves, that can make a difference practically with our own initiative as members of parliament. Lastly, on a lighter note, and I think this is to you, Mr. Speaker, over the weekend I was in Kabale to promote the parish development model, and I met one of your treasured relative who is the speaker of our district, Kabale District Council, Madame Flavia Kanadzi, who is your mother-in-law. She said she was very appreciative to the members of parliament for electing her son-in-law to deputy speaker. And she's happy that you are sharing in that anointing of speakership in the family. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. One thing I've identified right now, Prime Minister. You see, on that issue of contingency, okay? If it is coming from a chair of a committee that supervises office of the Prime Minister, then it means the connection with the committee is not good on such a matter. I have seen office of the Prime Minister, because when you say money is available and Prime Minister prize, when members here, all their issues are pending because of lack of funding for the Prime Minister, then it becomes, we are like pushing it to the Prime Minister. Yet I know in reality, the Prime Minister has been begging for supplementary. Even the other day, we gave a supplementary here to get money to address disaster-related issues. and responses requested by members. So, Honorable Chair of the committee, we are in budgeting. Please go look at that issue deep. They've told you there is money. Let us address concerns of people if money is available. If it's not available, you also tell us.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The issue of the contingencies fund, Right Honorable Speaker, we need honesty and commitment. I request that the finance and our ministry sits together to ease their work. Because this information, we picked it from the ministry and they are crying for. But I think finance should really ease this process. I want to thank the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. She initiated a lot of strategies in relation to preparedness, and she has briefed us on this matter, but we need to budget what she has been doing in a sustainable way. And that's why we really want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, as a committee. We want to thank our colleagues for the support. Our prayer has been that this report be approved before we finalize with the budget process so that some of the issues can be handled. And I want to thank in a special way my committee members. Right Honorable Speaker, I have very committed members, and that's why we're able to do this work. And special appreciation to you, Right Honorable Speaker, once again. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, colleagues, for your patience. Right Honorable, if you had a way of giving medals, you'd give Honorable Bahat a medal. Ministers come here, they spend just 30 minutes, 1 hour, they rush. But he's been here consistently, not once, not twice. So this needs to be recorded. But also, colleagues, you who are here, I want to appreciate you. I know some of you are not happy that I've not given you opportunity to speak, but kindly bear with me. Bear with me. I wish I had a shop where I could buy more time. I would have bought time and given each one of you 20 minutes to speak. But unfortunately, so tomorrow, the MPs who were here and have not spoken, apart from Milton Muma, who is comfortable in first class, he calls it a first class cabin. Tomorrow, I'll give you priority, colleagues. Yes. Yes, but I know you. I know you very well. My DP, you have few DP members who are